It's normally Pekka who takes the mantle with that Cordelius pick, so I love the way that he was going uber aggressive, and you can see there just dancing around Sans. Sans was not really able to do much about it, and as quickly as that, the set just dripping away from SCMN. We were saying this backstage, SCMN tend to have these kind of late showings when it comes to their matches. Once they get going, they don't stop.
And we're talking about a team here who traded blows with none other than Luminosity over in that NA West region. Very spirited back and forth with that team and has put himself in the position to compete here. Let's talk about the role that Frank plays here, because he was so fearsome, especially with that frequent gadget use just to win the 1 versus 1.
Back pocket, the ones that you don't talk about and just keep for the times. We saw it yesterday with Reply Totem in that 5th and final set, bringing in the Rosa, the Max, and it just worked out as a strategy beautifully well. No one saw that Frank pick coming, but into the
Remember, a clean sweep for now would be absolutely massive and throw the chaos. Sans with a whopping 414 DPS.
10 takedowns as well. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the man of that set. But it's all about the objective in hot zone, and that's where SCMN struggled to gain that control over what Now's brought to the table. But, however, a chance now to reset, to rethink things through. Again, this was the matchup that SCMN wanted to have. They were very excited watching Now's perform throughout the SPS Season 4 in the EU and MENA region, and wow, they've got their wish granted. The question is now, how do they respond to this? They are behind.
Such an interesting group here for SCMN, because they've not played against Zeta or Nouns in the last year or so. Year or so. These are not teams that they're particularly experienced with in the first-hand sense. We're heading over to Brawl Ball now, folks, of a pinhole punt that we dive headfirst into.
Certainly, Brawl Ball, you've got to highly consider brawlers like Lou. We didn't see it necessarily as much banned out yesterday as I would like to have seen. Charlie's day, I'm going to put out a wager that I don't think we're going to see Charlie once this World Finals. And if that happens, what a meme that will be.
The team picking second basically has 2 ban slots.
Yeah. That's kind of the reality that we're in at the moment. But certainly, for Nouns, bringing in a couple of tanks wouldn't go amiss for me. Primo is very much up there in terms of what they'd be thinking. Buster for sure as well, which is not banned in this instance.
Lou's open.
Is the Lou, and that's a scary thing already. I mean, those things are wide open.
I mean, B and Spike banned by both sides here, with the Rosa taken away, and of course the Charlie, they must ban Charlie rather there for Nouns. This is fascinating. When you have teams that have the same bans, it opens much more of the roster up, and the Lou, he gets slurped right on up by Sans.
Sitting at breakfast with Corey from Tribe yesterday, I was discussing in the hotel, why did you don't ban Lou as much against you? His eyes went wide. He was like, exactly, I have no idea. What are people thinking? I mean, Nouns may have missed the trick, or are they expecting that? Are they playing into some kind of strategy here? But certainly, against tanks, Lou is a fantastic pick to have.
What's the answer against Lou? Because it's really the hypercharge that puts him over the top.
Yeah, an instant stun, you're really left to the environment to, encourage a takedown. Buster I really like. I do feel like that is a solid draft from Nouns. Still, of course, going to be very difficult to take down. That additional speed, the dancing and the dashing around the map, going to be something of SCMN to really harness in and, allow those shots to land. But, Nouns have got a good starting hand. SCMN now going to pick 2 brawlers to follow up.
Bobby, brother, pick Frank. Do it back to him, my guy. Crow going to be locked in here. Slowing Toxin very important, and when there's an opportunity for an all-in, get on there and dive. Love the Sandy pick up here as well. It's so important to stop a player in their tracks, basically translate that to a kill in many cases. You've got to stop the Stu from running away with it.
Exactly that. I think the Stand is probably my favorite pick. Actually, the Crow, it's pretty solid. It's pretty decent. Again, that slowing Toxin, like you already mentioned, is really the key there. But
how much CC on this STMN drafts?
Dynamite coming in. I mean, that's definitely daring.
It's so based. Keep it coming, bro.
I mean, a lot of teams were saying that they were considering Dynamite yesterday and didn't bring it in. Well, Nouns are really doubling down on that. It works in the first set. Why not keep flying it out there and trying it again? And I quite like it. I think that it could be okay here.
Yeah, look, consistent damage, it's very scary if you start getting caught up in the cycle of those shots. Also, satchel charge for a stun has been a frequent answer to Sandy. Now, give us some form of stun. It's less reliable, of course, than Sweet Dreams, but it's a great answer to have. And I guess the mobility of a Crow composition, it wouldn't go astray. Motep here loses half of his HP the second he steps up here. Sands wants to try and push back. No gadget used just yet. But now it's with the speed zone. Have the initiative in the middle part.
Yeah, that trickle down of the poison just eradicates the Sweet Dream stun because it's just going to bring you back into the mix. And Pekka now in a 3 versus 1 tries to find something, not going to land it. And that's exactly what SCMN need to do to stay alive, keep that healing quality coming in, move the ball gradually forward and keep the pressure on. Sands making a play here. Stun is there, and it goes in. Lovely play there from SCMN as an opening hand.
You gotta respect it. It's well known, commonly followed strategy of that Sandy stun into shot. They were not ready for it though. Firecrow blown to smithereens here as Pekka wants to step up and equalize it. These two teams, no respect.
That's the beauty of having a wall break, isn't it really? There's so little that can be done to defend against it there. Motep with the shielding, trying to push his way forwards. No connection though with that gadget. And it's the SCMN so low on that left-hand side. Sands going to seal it, but then meanwhile Motep is still standing, which means the SCMN have got to slow themselves down just a little bit.
That burn from Firecrow, crucial there to secure the trade. Bobby, with that super available, Firecrow definitely steps out of it, but almost gets frozen up here. We'll try and wrap around. Sands also threatening now, the Sandstorm deployed. Over the top goes the dive, and Pekka is annihilated. Motep's in trouble, and you better believe this one's hitting the back of the net.
What a response. What a night and day difference to that first set from SCMN. That was a walk in the park as far as I was concerned. And what a calculated process towards the end as well. Having that hypercharge on the Lou, it was just very straightforward. Just stun out the Buster. It's a 3 versus 1. I mean, but they are making those moments happen for themselves. They're not playing it bad, they're playing it absolutely beautifully. Now's though, got to pick up the pace here. Got to start to come through and make something for themselves.
Now, Firecrow there. Got stopped in his tracks once more as he tried to step up here at STMN. Oh my goodness, this one might be slipping away from Nouns awfully quick. Firecrow will be forced back inside his own goal area now as STMN jockey for position to look to convert on this map control.
Yeah, Nouns has got to be very cautious for Sands here. If he gets a gadget at just the right time here, Sandstorm going down, and that's where the unpredictability comes into play. Nouns just trying to find any motion for Sands. The left side is going to get some taps as well. 2 will fall, 3 will still stand for SCMN. It's just Pekka. He's popped the gadget early on with the satchel charge, and that's making SCMN think twice.
Yeah, definitely. They don't want to walk into a stun there and have things turn around on them. A defensive speed zone deployed here by Firecrow now as he knows Nouns need to get back to midway down the field. They'll corner the ball for the time being as they know they really need to regain some map control, but Firecrow stunned up there by... That's Lou ultimate, and here comes Zard diving on in. Pekka walks it in.
What a pass to the feet. I mean, that had to land. And SCMN didn't falter. A good stun there, but not going to find a connection actually from Pekka. That's probably going in very aggressive. Oh, Motep still standing though. Sands full HP, going in really hard on this left-hand side. But the big bomb from Pekka in just the nick of time.
Firecrow's going to burn down there. That poison ticking is such a pain, especially combined with the Sandstorm of Sandy. You can never heal if you're playing in the middle part of the map as Nouns. Such a powerful composition here from STMN. Blue super up. Sands as well, looking to threaten Motep, who'll be stunned instantly. That's the Buster out of the equation. Zar picks up the ball on the right-hand side of the map, but Pekka has the damage with Firecrow moving ahead. Zar now has to give ground. This is dangerous. Firecrow just walks it in.
Yeah, Zar there too low to do anything about it, and that's what Nouns needs when they did. It's 30 seconds left on the clock, so going into an overtime scenario, not the worst of places to find themselves in. Zar going in, gets some good trickle damage. The pass through from Bobby.
Danger.
And Zar find it. There's no gadget on the side of the momentum, and the goal is there!
And with that set win, whether they know it or not on stage, SCMN may well have secured their passage to tomorrow's Championship Sunday. The one set was all they needed, but you know, just as well as I do, this team will set off for nothing less than a W.
Such a calculated set, and we were saying it coming into it. STMN starts slow, but when they start cooking, it gets hot in that kitchen. I really felt the draft was a better one as well. The Lou, the Sandy, it just works. The Crow's good. It's not my favorite in terms of a 3, but I mean, when you've got a gadget that just can secure goals like that, you're playing the objective at its best.
I mean, it's all too easy. Walk up, hit him with the gadget, super shot into the goals. Again, like we talked about, once you have that Sandstorm down, and you have the Crow damage, you have to basically move into your own goals to heal at all. It's really oppressive. It was actually a disgusting composition picked up here by S-Team, and they got everything they could have needed. We know that Buster and Stu, so powerful, but when you have a slowing toxin and a stun, all of this CC on your gadgets to slow up the Stu, there's not much you can do.
I love the energy there from Sands, and this is what I'm saying about S-Team, and they are that momentum team that thrive upon how they're performing. 11 takedowns from that man, 365 DPS, amazing from him.
Sands already getting 1 MVP for the day. It might be on a crash course with his second here. Eat your heart out, Bobby. Sands being put in a position to dominate, and they've let him off the leash. It's his time to shine here at Worlds.
I've got to say, though, when you just remind ourselves of the fact that it's Sands' first World Finals, I mean, I can't really remember a time that I've seen someone display so much talent in their first World Stage appearance. It really is something to marvel at. Gem Grab up next, the last stop coming in thick and fast. I want to see the Nanny bands, the 8-bit bands. They are such prominent mids. Mega as well can have his place. Tara for those lane side, Buster as well. There is just such a diverse brawler pool when it comes to this map.
Yeah, look, STMN let the 8-bit get through in that matchup against Zeta Division a couple times, and honestly, it really hurt them. That's something they're definitely looking to avoid, I think, if they possibly can. The 8-bit is pretty scary. It was on Kaboom Canyon, I think. They let that one get through. See what the bans are here. Squeak taken away here by STMN, no less. Meg, Piper banned away. But there's plenty of options for sharpshooters still on the table.
Certainly so. Meg banned out by Nouns, which I quite like, but I feel like the Nanny first pick wouldn't be the worst of things. 8-bit has got a lot of weakness. We saw it yesterday with Reply Totem. Lola going to come in for STMN. Does open the doors a little bit towards a bell as a response from Nouns. It's very difficult to do much about that kind of interaction. And as the first pick, oh, that's a strong one. The Nanny mid is very, very good. I'm already liking what I'm seeing. Otis is going to come in. The Fat Splatter going to be doing a good job on those lane sides to try and win it, trying to seek and destroy, trying to get that trickle down of poison. I really feel like Nouns are cooking something nicely here. It's a good tank deterrent as well. So with the eventuality of a Rosa or something else coming in, those brawlers are kind of going to be kept at bay.
Such a strong lane the Otis is. One of the best duelists in the game, of course, if that super is available. Muting your opponent means that you basically can't lose out in that matchup. Already very well-rounded draft here from Nouns. STMN, though, have to realize, okay, well, the bell is still open for us. That's an option. Pick up the Tara, maybe Psychic Enhancer to help out with those bushes. You also have help from beyond there, just in a pinch as like mobile sandbags, if you will. Then, of course, that gravity is really crucial. When it's time to go all in, throw that super down, and lay waste to your foes.
It's one of my favorite lanes to have here, and Lou coming in. I mean, this is a strong
so good
comp from STMN.
Tara super, Lou super. Oh man, that's filthy.
Low limit as well. Very hard to avoid that spray when it comes in. And I mean, the bow for now, it's not my favorite. It's really not my favorite. It's like one of those brawlers. It's one of the safe ones to go for. But you know, in the current meta, I mean, there's no hypercharge on the side of Nouns, and the Lou is the strongest hypercharge brawler in the game, in my opinion, currently, and it wasn't banned out. I just don't really feel like this draft has gone the way of Nouns.
And we saw Tribe just exploit Lou constantly. You know, Zulan absolutely dominated on that brawler. Already very strong in his own right, but yeah, with that hypercharge, that really gets out of control here. We are one apiece in this set. Nouns were fighting for survival, but their destiny might already be sealed. They may already be out, but now they're here to fight for some pride. Firecrow here dealing with that help from beyond and takes Sands down as well.
Well, the Nanny is certainly my favorite pick on the side of Nouns, and it is making some good things happen. And meanwhile, that stun from Bobby is huge. The Fine Pecker on it, Firecrow weak on the left-hand side, and Sands is 700 HP. That positioning from Zar will help get the pinch.
Really nice from Bobby there. Obviously, he doesn't have the hypercharge for that. He just taps P.E.K.K.A a couple times, starts to slow him up. Oh, remember, with Super Cool, they already go to 50% freeze inside that Super. So the star power already gets you halfway there.
All the connection from Sans, but the mute was really well played by Firecrow. It meant that he was able to come out alive in the interaction, making that 3 versus 2 mines placed behind Bobby for the hypercharge stun. Immediately takes down P.E.K.K.A. He's not able to get even in this game at all at the moment because of what Bobby's bringing in.
Nice freeze frame there from Zar, meaning that there was no way Nouns could trade him for Firecrow on that left-hand side. We do see STMN give up a lot of map control through individuals, kind of feeding there. But Zar obviously extremely healthy, able to play back. Still a nice 8 gems here. Sans has to use help from beyond to try and close the gap on Firecrow, and still could be scary. Definitely dodges away from the mute though. That's a nice look, but still gets caught halfway through. Otis is oppressive on that left side.
Turn to sender there from Motive on Zar, but Motive is very, very low. He can't continue to contest this mid too much unless STMN can start to push this forwards. His mines now further placed deeper there by P.E.K.K.A on the right-hand side. And actually, look at the gems. Nows are catching up. They're almost at 8-8 now and have just done a wondrous job at making up for lost time.
Bobby needs to retake control. I think that's the pivotal part of this map. Get your Lu winning that matchup against the bow and go for it. Firecrow's finally taken down. Azar's able to assist, but he couldn't get pinched here. P.E.K.K.A started to approach, and Sans in no position to assist. He jump pads across the map. He's going to go for a big play with that Super. But where's the opportunity? It's just Firecrow. Sure enough, he falls. But it's Motep with the gems arc. 2 gems spawning in the mid. STMN can hold firm, but they cannot move away. One about to spawn any second now. If Nouns go in aggressively here onto Zar, he might drop them. He's low. 120 HP, but holding on in just the nick of time. Got him. Countdown back in the way of Nouns. Gems spilled all over the ground. Neither Bomby nor Sans can go for the right now. So Firecrow steps up and takes it for himself. He just needs the 2 of them. Zar can't even get back to the drop. Gems here now and 5 seconds left in the round. STMN are being cut off at the knees. Nouns, what a start on gem grab.
Just a little bit of loss of composure there for STMN. They had such a fantastic start. I mean, Zar was doing work in that mid, getting the gems in, Bobby on the right-hand side, continuously taking down with that Lu. But as soon as they lost that control, that's when Nouns really started to pick up the pace, make up that lost time, get those mines on the bow side placed in a bit of a deeper position, and getting out that spawn, it's very difficult to do.
Talk about the elephant in the room. Do we need to swap Sans out of that side lane against the Otis?
It wouldn't be a bad shout. To be honest, the Fat Splatter has a good interaction with those shades and tearing through them. Sans is not really having the best of times here. STMN certainly need to make some form of adaptation.
We saw this happen earlier. This is what forced Zar out of mid in the first place and gave all that map control over to Nouns. P.E.K.K.A here, another catch of foxes. Bobby has to step ahead of them into a hail of arrows. P.E.K.K.A is low. Bobby is also dicing with death. 16 HP to 24. Bobby stays alive. That is actually massive.
I love the freeze frame there from Zar, just keeping the shade far away and getting a lot of spray on his behalf. Let's see now how STMN will hold. Sans is doing a good job down the left-hand side. That fast button not going to do much, and that mute is going to go straight into a shade. So good patience from Firecrow to land it when he does, and now he cleans up that left-hand side.
That's what you expect from someone like Firecrow. He plays around the counter play.
Patience.
Love to see it. Now it's going to be Bobby hypercharge here. P.E.K.K.A gets stunned up pretty much instantly now. He throws another super. He's going to cycle this. Motep caught out as well. We're at 8 gems to 1, and Firecrow doesn't get out unscathed either.
This is a very similar situation to what we saw in the previous game, but this time round, STMN hold firm, but there is a gem split there with Sans. If he goes down, it might reset. Zar needs really one more from the mid, but in the meanwhile, Firecrow goes down. STMN are safe and sound and bring this one back to tied stats.
Much better here from STMN. Bobby fighting it out there against the bow. He survives with about 60 HP, and that freeze frame from Zar in the mid allows them to just collapse onto the right-hand side. That turns into map control, and it translates into a pretty early round win.
But you can see how risky it is if STMN don't hold themselves firm. Nouns have already demonstrated that if they find them to be able to push back to that spawn, it can go from bad to worse quickly. A good start from Sans, though he went down immediately. He did get some good value, some good cutting through of those cards there onto Firecrow and Motep. It's just Bobby now, 2 gems sitting in the mid. Really, that's just waiting for Motep to scoop him up.
I mean, it's fine to give Sans up there, but they needed Zar to stay alive. Those 2 gems get surrendered to Motep now. Good little damage and pressure at least on P.E.K.K.A, but he's kind of not the issue. It's Motep here with the peep. Zar goes low. Just one follow-up shot from Firecrow was always needed. One more shot would deal with Firecrow from Sans, but he cannot connect. The mute, though, does connect with some help from beyond.
No good, gonna mute out that shade there, and Firecrow knows it. I love the piloting though as well from Motep, just to be able to scoot around and find the connection onto Zar. And meanwhile, Pekka is still on that bottom right-hand side. That peep is gonna find Zar, and now Zar's gonna drop all 3 gems. Nows are now on 9, and SCMN are all over the place.
Sands, though, is deep in enemy territory in a good spot to deploy the gravity until Motep catches him out. Zar in no position here to challenge Firecrow. He's a little bit too low. He's going to go for the Megalomania. Regardless, 1700 HP left on the Otis as the gems are distributed here between 2 Nouns players, but there's no way for Zar to get there. Pekka is waiting for Sands to step up, and it's a convincing set win for Nouns.
I had Nows down for me as being one of my top 3 teams in this competition, alongside them STMN and for Esports, of which we'll see later on today. This is kind of what I was expecting to see more of from Nows earlier.
We didn't predict them. That is crazy, not in this matchup anyway. Well, we definitely thought they'd have the edge over Zeta Division, right? I think our expectations were sky high for this team, and now we're starting to see why. The question is though, Ark, is it too late?
This is the question. This is the question. I feel like, you know, with that sweep against them, that they might be just fighting into the wind at this stage. We shall see how it goes down. Obviously, the head-to-head and the set win percentage is where this one is going to be decided ultimately. At the moment, though, at least, it's great to see that both teams are still giving it their all. And for SCMN, certainly, you know, looking ahead of things, they've got to keep their game up. They had a very, very convincing round in that set. I mean, you know, but Nows responded to it and showed them, you know, this comp, despite it being my favorite, actually was the weaker of the 2 with a bow. Of all things, 3rd and final pick bow. I mean, those are ideas that shouldn't really be working.
The Tara Otis lane for me was where it all fell apart. I mean, I don't know if there's a chance that you can swap the Tara maybe into the bow, but I mean, Sen's got absolutely flattened time and time again by that. Yeah, a couple cute moments where you're able to block the mute out with some of those shades. It looked really good, but you're dealing with Firecrow. For God's sake, it's not someone that is going to fall foul of that trick too many times.
Finally, some celebratory moments from now. Still staying relatively composed, though, and I think that's probably wise. 11 kills for... I'm just always looking to the left at this stage to see what Sands has been doing, because, I mean, his numbers are just crazy. I mean, 11 takedowns is more than the entirety of Nows, and, I mean, 375 DPS to add to the mix. It's his first 12 finals!
How 11 takedowns on the Tara? You're kidding me. That can't be right. I demand a recount. Stop the vote! Stop the count! I demand a recount. I don't know how he comes out of such an oppressive lane with such a solid stat line. But, you know, essentially we saw, you know, Bobby do really well, I think, at threatening that bow down a couple times. Is like, tap you a couple times, throw the super over here, very standard stuff. Without hypercharge, able to freeze that target solid. And when he's able to do that, they push in. We saw the bow just start to slow down, though. Not get hit as many times, not take a direct challenge, throw some supers out to clear some terrain, and that was it. And all of a sudden, Bobby didn't actually have the ability to help Zar. He couldn't collapse into that mid with him. And with Sands basically dying off spawn every time, it's very, very hard to translate that into any sort of gem lead.
Yeah, for me as well, that mid battle, I still feel like Nani is probably the best mid now. 8-Bit, I feel, is definitely a very close second. It's definitely got some weaknesses there with the slow and such, but we have got from Rosa coming with the unfriendly butchers and such. Shooter Star up next for Bounty, the long-ranged affair. I want to see those kind of immediate bans, really, for me, of the Piper, because we've seen what Bobby can do with it. You know, he saves it almost to fall those World Finals. The Brock as well, the Fang, I feel, has got to be considered here very, very highly. I mean, if that Brawler is left open, it's a very aggressive one that I think Nows would thrive with.
Yeah, I mean, the pop-off potential, you know, the all-in, of course, of Fang is absolutely terrifying. Also, a really powerful Brawler that can, you know, generate his super pretty comfortably with a lot of that sort of long-range damage, that sort of less impactful poke, so he can still be a factor. Shooting Star has these powerful diagonals, which is where the sharpshooters tend to thrive. That's part of the reason why we see the Piper take it away. I love the Mortis Respect band, by the way. That is absolutely classic.
Charlie is just not going to get playtime.
Man.
Andy first pick. STMN are wild right now. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm just going to straight up say I don't like Mandy.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for those moments where her super just decimates the entirety of the opposition. I mean, and what better time for it? I'm all open to see it at the World Finals. No better time, but it is that really risky thing that just allows so much into it. I mean, if you're going to be charging into this kind of comp with a max, you know, that kind of thing, it's be so difficult to really make it work.
This may be why STMN has banned Grey and Mortis, right? The two most important brawlers right now for that all-in strategy. You are trying to hedge Nouns into a composition that has to play from longer ranges so that Mandy can't be threatened. Her biggest weakness, of course, is that she has to stand still for that extra range, for that extra impact. So make sure that Nouns can't just clobber you at close range, and maybe you can exploit them at long range.
Bell for Nouns.
Okay.
Going through. It's pretty safe for me. I'm not necessarily, you know, too excited by it at the most part, but the RT, for certainly all intents and purposes, going to be a good pick. The legs, of course, they're going to have a moment to play around in those top right-hand pockets and left-hand sides, but for the most part, just the amplified shot, the hacks gadget to get that immediate damage is where you can get those kills going your way. And Bounty, of course, that objective, so important to remember to play and reserve those stars, but of course, kills and deaths is what it comes down to.
Yeah, hacks reminds me a little bit of Kooky Popper, right? Just land that one shot and then, have this burst damage that kind of comes out of nowhere. Being able to detonate those marks is really important. This is the first tick pick we have seen all weekend.
I'm not liking this draft. And I feel like Nouns are not exploiting the weakness of this. I mean, imagine just going into this with a max. I mean, the Mandy can't do anything. The Ticket's going to be struggling so hard here. I don't really feel like STMN are thinking this one through.
Can you pick Max yourself? Eve here for STMN. I mean, I know Travis just rolling his eyes to the back of his head right now. Again, understand why. Shooting star, right? Again, this is very much a sit back and wait composition for STMN.
We were saying as well backstage in the hotel, Max is a very underrated brawler picked by a lot of the pros.
Drage was saying, like, people need to be picking this brawler. He's very good. He's still good. Again, it's very, very serviceable, very solid, very well-rounded, safe pick, which is why I think we see the Bell on like RT to some degree, right? Like I think, Nouns haven't really committed to anything, and here it is. The Carl comes out. Now, Nouns flash a bit of that all-in potential, right? Flying hook to close the gap, protected pirouette to make sure you can roll over these very immobile, long-range brawlers. That's a pretty scary prospect for STMN. They had best be ready.
Yeah, last hurrah has got to be on the cards for that tick. Yeah. Ultimately, that's the best deterrent of the card. It can take you out of the protected pirouette. But it's definitely the way that I was expecting this draft to go more towards the side of. You've got to have that aggression. You've got to keep the brawlers like the Mandy, the tick at bay. And I think Nouns could have done a bit more, actually, to really enforce that kind of comp. But hey, here we go. Let's see if STMN have got the whole thing thought through and how they defend against these aggressive pushes from Pekka.
It's important for Bobby, of course, to play pretty statically here. Increase that range. Again, extremely long range is Mandy. That Sugar Ray also very important. He's dominating the Bell in that matchup there. Vicro goes down, and it's been a little bit hard for the Carl to have a say in this round so far.
Yeah, the connections from Sands were wonderful. He's just landing everything. And
wow.
I mean, he's just, I'm not saying he's got the backpack, but nonetheless, his accuracy is. Bobby finds the right-hand side, but Pekka comes in and wants to punish it. 3 stars there would be the bounce to take away. But
that's the blue star.
Yeah, he's going to hand it over.
Devastating here. Bobby super available now. Waiting for him to line up. Motep definitely needs to have his wits about him, and Bobby slaps him down from downtown.
5 stars now for him, and he's making the supers count. I want to see the lineup, so I want to see all 3 go down as the result of it. But now the push coming in. Firecrow's low on the side of Nouns, but Motep finding the Sounds on the left-hand side. Oh, the missed mark though as well, and the hatchlings now are going to just be able to advance upon this push, and Nouns back into the mid.
Motep can't get close enough to guarantee connections with these marks, Arc. That is huge. Remember, the mark does not come off you, so hitting it on a 5-star target is absolutely crucial. Vicro getting closer though, now that all-in potential starting to show itself. Zara a little bit low, that's 3 stars going over to Nouns. They're still behind by 4, but that's enough now as we head into the last 30.
It's going to be a really, really tough defense here. Bobby's trying to get that additional range down the bottom left. Pops the gadget as well, but finds the pick up of Vicro. 10 stars to 4, he's bought some time, but one final push. Pekka reserving that super, waiting for his teammates. If he lands it with the fly hook going in now, will touch up away. He does got to go gadget, going to get some value here, but STMN stay strong on those back lines. 17-4. What a defense.
That was epic stuff Bobby lays the law down on the Mandy. We raised our eyebrows at that pick. We said it's risky. It invites a dive composition from your opponents. And to some degree, that's where Nouns went. RT can walk up on you. We know Carl wants to try and close the gap. But Bobby was absolutely ready for that dive there. The caramelized gadget to slow your foes down. Give you enough space to find the burst damage to remove Carl before he can get on you.
Well, it's a slow start. Blue Star, of course, going the way as Nouns, as you'd far expect as a result of that Carl pick. Quickly into the mid for STMN. 3 nest egg placements already there from Motive, and 1 more still remaining. Nouns are playing defensively, and I don't mind it in this regard, but with the Blue Star in their pocket, it does invite the push. And STMN are that team which will go in and try to come out with the goods.
Nouns mathematically, unfortunately, are still eliminated from the World Finals as it stands. So this matchup is one for Pride to take back home. Bobby marked up here by that RT. Confidence now brimming for STMN. They do lack the Blue Star here. But they've taken much of this map control now. Pekka, Firecrow, Motep, all starting to get poked down. Last hurrah here for Zar rather, as he walked into a nest egg to answer it, and Firecrow falls to the tick head. What?
Hatchin coming in now as well. And that's just going to buy a little bit more time for STMN. It's just that 1 star differential at the moment. Motive slow, and there's the super pickup as well from Bobby. Not done yet. Getting another tap there onto Firecrow into the mid, but it's just 3 now. And now it's 1 good push, but that's the slow gadget again from Bobby. He's really making this man count. I might be eating my words.
I tell you what, Bobby now tips his head. I think he feels like this is the time to show the pocket Mandy. And Pekka is the next to fall. Bobby now can move up here with 5 stars on him. 25 seconds left to play as Firecrow is desperate to find a way in.
Yeah, 20 seconds, not much time for a response, but plenty of stars on the side of STMN. They're going to be making the dive now. Pekka there with the protected pirouette, with a slow connection from Bobby. The stars trading over. They're going left and right. 11 to STMN, 9 over to Nouns. Motep weak going to fall to Bobby. The Steward to finish it all. And STMN finish it strong.
A strong start translates into a powerful finish for STMN. Headlined this time by Bobby. His North American team snatches up another set, and you bet we're going all the way to 5.
There's no better time for it. We love to see it go all the way at the World Finals. I'm still not thoroughly convinced on that Mandy, but in the hands of Bobby, I might be changing my mind on it. He played phenomenally well.
I'm signing up for that one with 5 easy payments of $99.99 a month, my guy. I'm calling in. I am absolutely convinced that was the pick there. Stunning stuff. Bobby is a specialist when it comes to those sharpshooters, Ark.
This might be one of those moments where the stats are actually going to not be Sands' to pay attention to for the first time, realistically. I mean, that was a performance from Bobby to stay composed. I mean, the stars were pretty much always above his head on the side of STMN.
Yeah, we talk about, of course, Mandy's sort of apparent lack of mobility, but she does have answers. She has options. That was a caramelized gadget there on Firecrow to make it impossible for RT to make a play with that super. Used earlier on to stop Pekka, I think, in his tracks as he tried to spin his way on in here. See, Bobby slows him up here, and Sands at least was there for the trade. And at this point, you have a Blue Star, and you can just throw Zara or Bobby in. It doesn't matter if they go down here. So you can give up one of those players, and they don't even have to do that. So they have I love that. They have redundancy.
There it is.
And there it is, a whopping 10 eliminations for your boy, Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby's convinced me. For when he picks it, I'm down. I'm all here for it. It's a very tough brawl to make work, so credit for them to be as bold to pick it first. Many wouldn't, especially with what's at stake here. And I love the experimentation. Tough round there for Firecrow, just 55 DPS. I mean, that is really on the low side.
Absolutely. I will say, like, the composition really struggled. It was more of a mid-range setup that Nouns had. Mid-range with the option to close the gap, right? You had the RT, of course, and you had the Carl, who, yeah, it doesn't necessarily do great against sharpshooters. I don't think I ever saw like a flying hook engage there. It was very, very hard to even approach this setup here for STMN. But if you love sharpshooters, if you love the high skill cap, sort of very complex mechanical brawlers, then you look to Bobby to really produce in situations like that. And yeah, Sands got out of the spotlight for a bit. He was on Eve though. He was doing the job. He was holding down that button for the boys. Heist It'll be safe zone for our last set of this series. They're decided here. But as we now know, STMN have already advanced to our final day of play.
It's such a great map for brawlers and for action. I'd love to see the 8-bit band out here. Ultimately, we've seen already with STMN going towards that particular brawler on Heist and being able to get that objective shredded out. Chuck as well, I feel, is one of those brawlers that I don't mind seeing not banned. I think the best counter to that particular brawler, it is banned by both sides, but just to go in and get the damage, no one wants to take the risk, and I respect that. Charlie banned, of course, as well as the Colette, Nanny, and the Grom. But again, the Brock, the 8-bit. Colette, for me, has got to be a ban on this particular map. Sometimes even Lou Cordelius is going to be a great thing to have when it comes to those defenses.
A lot of options here as well. We've seen Lola taken at times on this map. Oh, baby, it just keeps getting better. The Piper locked in, and there's a good chance that one's going into Bobby's hot little hands.
Yeah, you love to see it. You really, really do. Always an exciting thing to see Bobby with the Piper. Let's see how Nouns want to respond with this. Certainly range has got to be there on some level. Bonnie is going to be a brawler which has kind of drifted away a little bit from the meta, but I feel like it still has very much a place, getting those shots to land and then jumping off those assassination attempts onto the... You love to see it. You really, really do. Always an exciting thing to see Bobby with the Piper. Let's see how Nouns want to respond with this. Certainly range has got to be there on some level. Bonnie is going to be a brawler which has kind of drifted away a little bit from the meta, but I feel like it still has very much a place, getting those shots to land and then jumping off those assassination attempts onto the safe as well is definitely going to keep yourselves continuously back on that defense. But the Cordelia is still open here, and if Bobby, if STMN want to pick that one up and then have that to be as a counter pick, I suggest that Nouns want to really combine it, and they do. Yeah, I like that strat.
Look, I mean, Bonnie Grace so well-rounded in terms of that long-range damage over time and then being able to drop on in. Cordelia is such a great answer. Go aggressive with it, take a player out of the game here. So STMN now have to think how they manage this. They do have an answer to Bonnie in terms of Piper's range. Piper definitely fears the Cordelius in many cases here. You do not want to be going face-to-face with that brawler here. 8-bit still open though. That's absolutely an option. That cheat cartridge also can be pretty crucial here, just to avoid getting assassination or get yourself out of trouble. And the Eve again, STMN really favoring this pick.
Yeah, it's really going to be good, quite good into the Bonnie matchup. Those hatchlings are going to be very difficult to take down. The slow and sluggish shot, along with the movement speed of Bonnie.
Right. It's so important. I mean, Bonnie cannot store shots. Yeah. It's one shot and then reload. So dealing with like minions is very frustrating for her quite often. As
it is for Piper to have to deal with if Nouns want to pick up. And there's the 8-bit. I love this from STMN. This is a solid draft, really well thought through. And I think that Nouns are going to struggle. Sure, they've got the Cordelius on defense, but when you look at the amount of range to the disposal of STMN and Brock, sure, I mean, it works, but I'm already kind of sold.
You're sold, bro. 5 easy payments, $9.99. I'll give you a discount. If I refer you, you get it a little cheaper and I get a kickback, all right? I'll tell you, we're making this happen. Look, I like Sands on the Eve here. He was really, really good. On a brawler that generally isn't able to create these, explosive moments of high burst damage and, attract all that attention, the utility is undeniable. Obviously, spawning the hatchlings, but also just being able to opt out of playing in that middle choke. So there's less options here for, for Nouns' sharpshooters to get easy damage and easy supers.
Yeah, and we saw Sands was playing beautifully on Shooting Star, so let's see whether he's going to be taking the same pick. Pekka on the Cordelius is a dangerous thing to see. Immediately through the mid, Bobby with Sit down! Beautiful gadget. I love it. Love what STMN are thinking here. Break off the mid. They're just not wasting any time at all.
Yeah, a lot of...
Immediately through the mid, Bobby with
Sit down!
Beautiful gadget. I love it. Love what STMN are thinking here. Break off the mid. They're just not wasting any time at all.
Yeah, a fun way to start up, but that is ultimately traded, that elimination. Firecrow now just walks into that one from Bobby. Your boy is cooking. Star wants to move up on that right-hand side of the map. It's Sands this time on that 8-bit. So that extra durability and filthy amounts of damage here is so big. Pekka, though, able to dodge away from much of those shots. Azar has to try and jump across the gap, but gets caught out by that incendiary field from Motep. Sands no more than happy to maybe 1v2 this. Damage amp to block those rockets here, and Bobby to the rescue. STMN are clean with it.
I just love how STMN have each other's back. I mean, Sands was just ignoring that right-hand side, and Bobby with the pick-up. I mean, it's that sort of team synergy that is just worthy of lifting gold. Motep with the right-hand side is going to trickle down the poison. Yes, he will go down. Pekka going on the aggressive, but it's not going to matter because everything is solid.
fire some shots off at this safe. STMN get their just rewards for being able to dominate the game in the middle of the map. Motep, well, he's dead again. Now, back in spawn once more. Firecrow and Pekka getting absolutely hammered here now. Cordelia is trying to step up to put pressure on the Eve. But at what cost? The hatchlings are going to work here on Pekka, and eventually he falls with that ticking damage.
Yeah, it's a matter of time now. The position that Zara's in with the hatchlings about to soon then come and help out. But Pekka will clear things up. Sands taking some damage, but it's just a measly 5% so far for Nows. SCMN are way out in front with 45 seconds left on the clock. All they got to do is hold firm, land some more taps, and keep this pressure on.
Yeah, we may well not need all that time left in the round. Here's a damage amp now as Pekka wants to step up and try and put a bit of pressure on Sands, but he's so healthy, so tanky, so durable. Pekka, though, is better in the 1v1. Will be removed again as Bobby intervenes from across the map. These guys play cross lane so effectively, it's like they're mind-linked.
20 seconds for a final push, but Firecrow is not going to be present for it. He's going to find himself back on the defense, especially with that pick of a Pekka, as Bobby now goes towards the mid, finds it safe, 19%, Sands from the left, popping gadgets, landing little connections there with the extra credits, 12% is going to be enough. SCMN moving on to match points.
You said you were sold. You bought the stonks of that STMN draft, and so far, it's been paying dividends. Immediately, Bobby comes out of the middle of the map. It's a homemade recipe, you tap to follow it up, and it's an instant 3 versus 2. And that was a story for basically that entire round. It's something they can absolutely replicate. We're starting to see why Eve is so punishing, so difficult to deal with. We mentioned about her super being powerful, the ticking damage, and also the mobility of the jump. Zar doing it at least as well as Sands did in that previous set, as STMN get value after value.
Oh, look at these trades going left and right, but Firecrow is going to try to find a connection on the safe, not actually going to be able to land it, but Sands will. Meanwhile, he's already got damage booster as well, and it's the same old story. SC-Men just launching themselves into the game and not wasting any time at all.
I think they took Nouns way too long to get rid of that damage amp there. They got completely, I guess, befuddled as they tried to go up against Sands as he threw that down. So a decent lead. I mean, Sands just lined up the safe a couple times. There's Bobby once more, intervening in a side lane. Motep with the rocket laces here, but Sands has seen that trick before. And then he has another damage booster to the throwdown in moments. And Pekka running, chomping at the bit to engage. Sands will be drawn in the Shadow Realm here. Try and keep Pekka busy for a time. 21% damage on that safe for Nouns.
Nice jump there from Bobby. Pekka low on that left-hand side, 116 HP for him. Lovely pick up there from Bobby, just popping the gadget there. But still, Pekka's got to make his way forwards here to keep this pressure on, and Zar now going to try to see it off on the bottom side. The egg as well, just going to take some shots, but Sands too low really in the mid. Might go down with this jumping from Firecrow. Bobby there, should get the pickup, and that leaves us Motep alive.
I mean, Nouns are playing so recklessly here just to try and get any damage on the safe. There's a sense about them. They feel like they might have already let this one slip. Homemade recipe doesn't quite hit the mark this time as Pekka's able to sidestep it. Firecrow, and he will step forward again as Sands is forced to give a bit of ground. Hatchlings, though, will be popping out in just a moment now. Frustrating, as we mentioned, for Firecrow to deal with. Zar throwing in some extra shots as well, and Firecrow is devoured. Motep on the back foot now as STMN takes some mid-control.
Damage booster down, there's the extra connection from Sands, but forced into the round by Pekka. Really nice little defense from Nouns here. Bobby, they're going to stay firm in that damage booster, and that is more objective damage heading the way of STMN.
It's almost too much. Arc for Nouns to come back from now. Down to 50%, that's safe, and Pekka's not in a position to try and create openings for the rest of his team. Firecrow taking that ticking damage constantly. Motep finally able to deal with Zar. There might be an opening here. Firecrow looking to jump on him, but instantly blown to smithereens by Sands. 10 seconds left. Pekka wants to step up now, but they should be hitting the safe instead of each other. Nouns fall in front of the objective, and STMN will advance to Championship Sunday.
What a day for the boys in green. A wonderful display, some fantastic drafts, and the additional boost, that buff with Sands. My, oh my, that boy's done well. But STMN's
that you had that, what we saw from
still surviving on.
Final group here before we head into finals, kicking off right after these messages.
The
17.
17. The 16 was the beta.
18?
2017.
December 2018.
18, I think.
2018.
2018.
2017.
No, that was beta.
When was it? When it was globally released?
Because World Finals was 2019.
Oh, I misheard the question.
It was 2018.
Yes.
2018.
No iSports.
Nova
esports. Nova esports.
Nova esports.
No esports. It's Nova esports, 100%.
Yeah,
I
is.
coached them.
Oh, then you should. Nova esports.
Yeah.
9. No.
Idea.
8.
Just 2 more spots. Spots remain in tomorrow's playoff.
Much, Frankie. Let's get it started. It's Group D time. I'm excited, man. We get to see Crazy Raccoon, the world champions from last year, at least one world champion on their team, and also a grand finalist as well on their team.
This is the question for me, you know, is this East Asia region going to keep up the pressure on the world? You know, we saw a little bit early this year at SPS Masters, and, you know, for Tensai coming third, that's a devastating thing for him. He was actually in tears in that interview, and I gave him a load of credit on social for it because you can see how much this game really means to him. For him, there is nothing less than first, and for them today, they've got a worthy opposition here with SK Gaming, who had a phenomenal performance throughout the LCQ.
This is without a doubt. I mean, they had a flawless victory there, winning every single match that they went up against, and now they need to continue that kind of success. It has been a very difficult journey for them, though, going through that last challenge. The most recent challenge with the Snapdragon Pro Series has been tremendously difficult for them, so now they need to bounce back. We'll start off here on Field Goal.
Yeah, they didn't drop a single set at LCQ on the side of SK Gaming, but as you rightly say, they have fallen off just a little bit as far as SPS is concerned. Well, no time for that on the world stage. Certainly as well, in terms of those drafts, Pedro going to be contributing a great deal towards that. OP's kind of LAN experience has really come into the forefront for him this year. I've been really impressed watching him flourish at LCQ. And for Yoshi as well, you've got to remember, he's been present at the World Finals, but has never been on the stage. He's always been on the bench. So that man today, I really want to see come into his own.
Well, it's his time to shine here on the big stage, getting started in our very first set momentarily. And it's going to be exciting to see as well how things start to adapt as well with Hypercharge now being a consideration. That was something that we did not see at LCQ. It's something that we have yet to really see in a large capacity from Crazy Raccoon. And this is very more favorable to a more aggressive meta. So will that really adapt with SK's gameplay style?
This is the question as well, and when it comes to Brawl Ball, I mean, we all know that SK's playstyle is to go super on the defensive against a team like Crazy Raccoon, who are just very, very aggressive by nature. I don't know whether that is, for me, the playstyle to go. You've got to find that balance, and sometimes leaving the ball rather in that corner towards those final moments, it encourages that push. But certainly, for many, I've been hearing on the pro side of things that the reason why we've seen a slight drop-off and decay on the East Asia side is coming down to draft. So that's where my attention is going to be here today with Crazy Raccoon, and already I can see that some of the note work is already out, so that's a good sign.
Well, I mean, you talk about this draft, right? And historically, especially from what we've seen earlier on in the year, yes, it has been the central pain point for the East Asian region and the Japanese players in general. Now, this is kind of interesting, though. In a recent interview, Rely, the coach for Reply Totem, did say that they don't expect teams to outdraft them anymore, which is a huge statement, especially knowing that they're going up against some of the greatest drafting minds, especially region-wise. We'll start off with a Sandy pick here from Crazy Raccoon. I think a fairly strong way to start off a draft on Field Goal.
Yeah, certainly we've seen a great deal of Sandy play this weekend, and Sweet Dream Stun, it just opens up opportunity and objective goals scored. Spike is a very safe starting hand for me, but a Hypercharge brawler that does bring a great deal amount of versatility, a good tank counter as well, and area control, area denial with that super exacerbated by the Hypercharge itself. And Rose are coming in as well. There's still those big tank counters open, though. Shelly is open here for Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, 2 purples on the side of SK Gaming. We've got to see some Hypercharge ability come out from Crazy Raccoon, lest they don't think it's really that ticket to success. They need to also be considering this last pick that's available at SK Gaming, but they have already gone one of the big, like, tanky brawlers that you usually see as a last pick, so I think this is a fairly inventive draft from SK Gaming. Clearly, they've got some things stewing up over here with what appears to be really gutsy with Rosa, but also a little overly safe with the Spike.
Finally, someone's bringing in Max on Brawl Ball, a really underrated brawler, and one that Crazy Raccoon know how to play best, in my opinion. This was the champion brawler which really catapulted the team onto the scene, and back in the days prior to draft, but the aggressiveness of which it brings, I think, is very understated. And a great pairing as well with the Sandy. But they've got to have that tank counter pick to add to and to combine with this, and I think it's got to be a Shelly. I mean, SK have knocked out a lot of the opposition, the Cordelius, the Lou. They would have been a fantastic thing to have. Maisie, though, going to come in. That is my second favorite thing to have. I've been a bit more sold in the World Finals when it comes to that brawler, and you know, when it comes to Rosa, it's very good at keeping her at bay.
Look, no complaints here with the Maisie, especially when you have these walls to consider. If you look at just the geography of this map, you're able to hit that super through walls, and you're able to recharge it very quickly, just charging the super by using the super. If you get some good contact. Stu here as well to break open some of those walls, create some goal-scoring opportunities, and might be able to keep up with some of these enemies on Crazy Raccoon. The struggle, I think, is going to be hitting those shots once Max has that speed going. I also want to talk about like what is the mid here for Crazy Raccoon. It could be a max. It's going to be hard to shoot those shots around in the bushes, so it'll be a difficult lane victory to win. Maisie also makes sense as a mid brawler, so there's a bit of versatility in what the lane matchups are for Crazy Raccoon. For SK, it's less so. I think the spike mid is really the way to go.
Let's see as we head on in to the opening of Group D. It's a fierce group, no doubt about it. Speed zone already for SK, and they're pushing themselves immediately forwards. IKS going to take the right-hand side, pass through to OPE. A few dashes around from Yoshi. Both sides trying to find their first sign of some super, some utility to hand over. OP's already quite low, though. 10 sides getting a good amount of... Oh, my word. Dash away just in the nick of time as Shtamba goes in. It's a 3 versus 2 now, and a push forwards for Crazy Raccoon.
Yoshi's still trying to defend. In fact, passes that ball all the way to the goal so that IKAOS can take it. Ope also trying to fend off this charge. A super in from the Sandy. Nishitapo now provides some backup for Tensai coming around the left flank. It's a team wipe around the goal line. Moya's got to slot this in. Ope's trying to fit on just 40 health. Tensai walks it in.
40 HP. I was surprised that Moya didn't come in for the helping hand. A close call, but one that is still a goal. SK pushing forwards, popping the super there on the side of OP, but the push of the speed from Tensai to push back there from Shitapo. A lovely use of gadget, a good solid defense. 3 versus 2 now, and SK have got no choice but to come back.
Yoshi's just a sole defender here at mid. Needs someone to come on this left lane. In fact, no one comes, though. They're all running it down the right lane. They're going to try and spearhead some kind of charge. Chitampo overextended and exterminated, too. It's just Tensai and Moya on the defensive. A little bit of Root Sands action enables Moya to push forward and push forward this metaphorical line of scrimmage. A good kill onto Yoshi as well. As SK are full on the defensive, Ope on dangerously low health. Tries to rotate over towards that left side, but there doesn't seem to be a good matchup for the guy.
I was just about to praise Mo, but then that gadget, that really premature gadget that was shot into the wall. Bit of a misplay from him, maybe some early signs of nerves, but the speed from Tensai brings him back into life as OP's making a run for it. The hypercharge pop, one down, Moya's gonna fall, Tensai's remaining, but OP's being a bit struggling to make the play and make the move, and it's taken down now as the defense will stand for Crazy Raccoon.
He was a one-man army over there on the right lane. Yoshi wasn't able to push in. Very timid there around the super from Moya, which is now renewed on the side of SK, but way too aggressive. They won't be able to get any of the benefit of that invisibility or the diminishing of HP, thanks to the Rude Sand star power. Shtitampo and Tensai fully on the defensive. Only 15 seconds remain, and SK Gaming have to generate a goal.
It's now or never here in this game for SK Gaming. 10 seconds here. IKS going to try to make the champion play, but Moya's still going to stand there on the defensive lines. Yoshi coming now with the speed, with the ball pushed to the left, and it will stand as Crazy Raccoon take the first game.
Very solid stuff here for Crazy Raccoon. SK kind of quiet on their front. We saw a lot of supers going over that Sandy. I think that was the most important thing here for Crazy Raccoon. Once that Sandy super is down, there's just no pushing into it. We did see some times where it was actually placed a little bit too aggressively, which enabled SK to move past it. But in perfect moments, we saw things like Ope ready to make a goal, but there was no support from Yoshi. He did not want to push into that super.
Well, much the same from SK, that early speed zone here, just to keep then Crazy Raccoon on the back lines. Moya's going to fall, which is Tensai and Shitapo. Ball pass over, though, to Crazy Raccoon to decide where they want to have this. One speed zone here for Yoshi would be nice to have, but still, Crazy Raccoon looking very quite confident in these defensive moments.
Renewed speed zone here for Yoshi. More speed for Ope if he wants to move around, but there's so much CC available to Moya and Shtitampo. Tensai also is working hard for that super that will enable them to push out of here. Great super placement there from IKAOS. That is the win condition, but they need to convert on it. Moya and Shtitampo still holding their own, but the ball slips through the left side, and it's a goal to start for SK Gaming.
That was great. Fantastic from SK. They've got to play this slow and patient into those brawlers like Macy. They've got those stuns, that knockback potential. And it was beautiful. Let's see, though, whether they can hold up their defenses. Crazy Raccoon now are chasing the goal. The speed coming in from Tensai. Shitapo from the right-hand side. Has got super, and you can just see how good it is. Hypercharge, and he almost got the double, but goes down, and SK defend pretty well.
All-out onslaught now here for SK Gaming as they get not just 1, but 2 kills. Moya's still trying to defend around that left side, and everyone's looking alive and healthy on the side of SK, but they really need a Rosa super in order to do anything. IKAOS would also prefer to have his super to combine it with his hypercharge. There it is. It's instantly popped. Moya's just on the edge of this. Ope's going to try and force this through. Tensai just on a fraction of health left. Moya trying to rotate over, but it's an open goal, and SK Gaming close out this game.
When you look back to how SK started, that was a learning. That was a learning for me. And they look like the cold exterior team. The ice in the veins was on much more their side of things. Crazy Raccoon couldn't keep up that style of defense, and for the most part it worked out well until SK just displayed that they were willing to wait. And when they've got time on their side, that's what makes them a very scary team in this matchup.
It's precisely what you're saying. It's the patience, really. And I think especially from Ope, he's going into the Sandy matchup knowing that if he feeds that Sandy super, then it's going to be devastating for the rest of his team. He's still going to be pushing in, though. Looks like a goal-scoring opportunity. Yoshi's on low health. Same for Ope. The stun as well. And it results in a kill for Crazy Raccoon. SK Gaming now have to fall back, but they want to maintain that mid-control. The ball is sort of out of their possession. Yoshi's thinking about picking it up and putting it in a more optimal place. Moya now around the right side throws down that super. It's an opportunity for Tensai to push in, but he's being quite timid as well. SK Gaming, they're alive and healthy. Ope lurking on the right flank, but still no big moves just yet.
Ball trying to be pushed forwards by SK Gaming on the right-hand side now. OP has got a super, as has Yoshi, and Yoshi now coming on the aggressive, fighting Tensai just a little bit here. Moya as well. Tampo has super now. OP is going to think twice. I think that's wise under the circumstances. 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap, 4 coming in as OP is instantly eradicated. Now SK have got to push this ball around here, try to get it out, buy some time, get those respawns back on the back lines, but Tampo's not done yet.
Man, Yoshi was really overextended there. Chaos is going to have to pay the price too. Ope, he's a one-man army over here on the left side. Tensei's on dangerously low health, but Ope has no choice but to push in. Crazy Raccoon, they reign control over this mid despite the best efforts of SK. And now, with the Sandy super in, this is going to be difficult for SK Gaming to push out of, at least for now. Tensai moves over to the right side. He's still without a super. It would be magnificent if he can get that onto Moya, who manages to pick up a kill onto Chaos. Shitampo in with a gadget and super combo. Still no goal just yet. Moya has the combo. Here it comes. No, not right through. Ope missed timing on that gadget, and Chaos can still defend.
That was so punishing there for Moya. You've got to land those moments. That was a goal for me. But the ball to the left-hand side. Tensai trying to get that additional speed in, that additional maneuverability. Stun from Moya to deflate the hypercharge. The ball still firmly in the corner. 20 seconds on the clock. We could be going to overtime, which may not serve SK as finally. Nice connection though from Chaos on the left-hand side. Tampo now struggling.
The hypercharge pops, now expiring. Chaos, wow, completely beamed down by Tensai. Now trying to speed through some of this area. Ope, unrelenting, going for Moya. He won't convert on that kill, though. And it's everyone from Crazy Raccoon now going to the side of SK Gaming. All of these obstacles fall as SK are woefully without any cover for Ope. Now approaching up the left lane, trying to protect this ball. Might opt to push it forward. No, over to the right side. Yoshi's going to keep this safe in the back right corner. They're trying to play keep away from Crazy Raccoon, but they keep on advancing. Ope will be the first to fall, it looks like, if we see that final shot. Shitampo, a pass over to the left. It's an open goal and a set for Crazy Raccoon.
A very important opening hand for Crazy Raccoon there. They looked a little bit sheepish for me, which is unlike them, and making a couple of mistakes along the way. For Moya specifically, I want to see him settle into this set and really come into his own. But again, the Max, really underrated, and it did help the aggressiveness shine a little bit more so for them. For SK, I liked the way that they approached this. I think even despite the loss, going in just a little bit, unsure of themselves maybe at times, but also playing it patiently, which is what gave them the goals. But in overtime, that's not going to really necessarily work with the comp that they've got. They had to get a goal earlier than overtime.
That's really the deal, and you saw Ope playing super aggressively, trying his best, but it was that Sandy first pack that really came back to bite him. Just constant supers, especially if we look back to game number 1 where Moya was getting these supers back-to-back, and Ope being the main contributor. He has the most health to work with here, and we'll get to see what the stats exactly were for Sandy in just a moment here. Wow, fantastic reactions for SK. I mean, they did make some good moves here. This is the kind of thing that we came in here wanting to see from SK.
Yeah, that for me could have been a set that could have gone either way. It really could have been an SK set. It could have easily gone down that path, but just that singular goal really to separate it through. Good round there for Shitampo. Tensai and Moya as well, both on 7. Yoshi had the best round on the side of SK. OP just the form, the 82 DPS, very much in that lower side of things.
Yeah, I mean, this is the result of being a tanky brawler facing into not only anti-tanks, but brawlers that have very valuable supers. It's a paradigm that you see present in both Sandy or something like Nita, notorious counters to tanks that farm up their supers so easily off of a beefy target that keeps on pushing in.
Dueling Beatles, Lou's open. I was going to say he's picked before I could even have the words escape my mouth. Why are people leaving this brawler open? It's the best hypercharge in the game, and it's immediately picked up by Crazy Raccoon. Bans there, though, of Jesse, of Squeak and Barley, Charlie, Maisie, and Cordelius. But how did that one escape through the net?
Had to be intentional. I mean, at this level of play, it has to be.
What that?
I mean, you got Charlie, got Maisie, Cordelius on the side of SK Gaming in terms of their bans. There is such a thing as there being bigger fish to fry. You know, maybe we need more than 3 bans in order to get Hypercharged Lou out of the equation, but we also saw situations where Lou was countered just yesterday, even though it was like selected as the last pick. When it comes to Hot Zone, though, this is a win condition, without a doubt.
Pam available here for me. That's a beautiful brawler to pick up. I think SK have got to go with the opening of the map approach here. Otherwise, I mean, the Gale's certainly going to have... this is what makes me worried. The Gale's going to want the walls to be there to get those additional stuns, but... I know that Kenny is sold, but I'm not necessarily as much. I asked Kenny what the win rates were for Gale. 50-50 so far in this competition. Let's see, though, if Crazy Raccoon do want to double down on this Lou pick. You're going to have some range, though, for all those lane sides. Rosa, though, the tankier approach, going to come in for them. Building the bushes into the mid as well. And there's that long-range approach to have as a decent brawler for me. One that I expected to see a bit more of, actually, in the World Finals.
We got to see something from SK to break open these bushes. We know that this is going to be the strategy from Crazy Raccoon, and it does force SK's hand just a little bit. There are probably other things that they wanted to counter here, maybe something else for the Lou. I think that Stu will be one of those options that can be fairly decent for dealing with Lou, because the number one thing with Lou is that his shot can be difficult to hit, and I think Stu is fairly good at dodging those out. It is LAN, after all. The zero ping Stu can come into play. There's the Sprout, and this is not going to be great for DPS, but it's going to be phenomenal for denying the super to Lou.
I was about to say it. I froze. You saw it already. I was thinking, there's no wall break on the side of Crazy Raccoon. And obviously for SK, they were not going to be going with that opening approach because they wanted the Gale to have the stun. It was kind of calling out. And iChaos on that Sprout, in my opinion, the best player in the world to have it. If SK get this right, it could be theirs. They've convinced me now with that third and final pick. But Rosa has got a wealth of HP. The amount of shots they're going to have to land onto her, it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle. Maybe not. Maybe they'll convince me more so. But for me, the Lou is just, it's a bit of a win condition brawler right now in terms of the meta.
Well, win condition already present. Here comes the very first super from Stetampo and a trade as well. With the win condition of SK Gaming, they need to get this hedge up all the time. We'll see a kill onto Tensai, which is a good start, but still, SK Gaming have no presence on this zone. They don't have a whole lot of HP to work with. Yoshi is really the healthiest one on their team. Stetampo already has a hypercharge. We're only a few seconds in the match.
Yeah, SK just haven't been on the zone. I mean, it's allowing Crazy Raccoon to walk all over this. Walls are all good, but at the same time, Crazy Raccoon are working their way around them. OP, low HP now, and down to just 300. Hypercharge goes in for Stetampo. Gonna get maybe a double stun here, not gonna find either one. I'm very surprised, but the positioning from SK was good, but still, almost 50% on the zone to the 5 of SK. Where are they?
Greed overwhelming there with the hypercharged super, but still it stuffs SK Gaming back into their own spawn. Tensai's gonna get a piece of the pie too, goes for a bit of damage on Yoshi. He knows he wasn't gonna get it facing into that super, and as a result, actually, Moy and Stetampo are very backed up. SK Gaming will get their first chance at advancing on this point, but iChaos cannot afford to get hit here. Stetampo, there it is, just one shot, and he's already got another super up.
What a lovely rattled hive there, really was. Bang on point there from Moya. Will the second be as well? It is. OP just trying to aggress his left-hand side. There's still the slow, the hive there from Moya, but not going to find something for it. SK have got so much time to make up for 83% for Crazy Raccoon. They just need that 17 as Tensai goes in. Hypercharge there, working his way forwards, having that additional buff. It's going to be all over unless SK really now knuckle down and secure every single opening.
It's certainly possible, but iChaos is out of gadgets. Maybe it's looking a little bit less possible. Stetampo needs a super desperately. Tensai's also slowed down. Yoshi's going to keep pushing him back. If Stetampo gets this, complete denial to the hypercharge, but he can still come up mid. Needs a shot somewhere. OP completely jukes him out. Stetampo getting shut down. Just one more shot to eliminate him. And SK Gaming are really coming back.
Crazy Raccoon have got to push as a team now. Tensai just trying to keep himself alive in the mid, and it will be done. The game will go the way of Crazy Raccoon. SK was slow at that matchup. They were able to build a great amount of pressure towards the end, but we need to see that more at the beginning.
Really, the most difficult thing for them here was a hypercharged Lu. Right off the beginning of that game, it fell flat on its face. They gave a super to the Lu immediately. He had that super down. I mean, Lu was already an insta-pick here, or at least a highly favored pick here before the hypercharge. Letting that one slip through the ban seemed to be a big mistake. SK Gaming have to play their picks perfectly, and so far we just have not seen that from iChaos, getting the hedges up in the right position.
Nice plays there from OP, did a really good job there, landing that gadget just to tank a shot and then just dancing around the situation. This is better from SK, they've got some confidence despite that game loss. So iChaos moves forward now, placing this wall, gonna be crucial to keep themselves. Oh, there it is, forcing Tensai to the left. A much better start this time round.
SK Gaming just have to work this angle. They have iChaos using the gadgets, using the super, even generating another wall. It doesn't fully shut out Tensai, but this right lane is fairly locked down. Yoshi just needs to position himself over here. The Rattled Hive is out. Shitampo's looking for the super. There it is. And this entire point is blocked off. Yoshi frozen in his tracks. Ope with the body block and a tank. And Shitampo is shut down on the right. iChaos no frozen. Tensai trying to advance on him. Have come all the way back from just 13%, now climbing to 70.
Lovely Rattled Hives, really they are landing on the mark from Moya onto iChaos, who is the best person for it, but it is just Tensai here, holding his own. Moya from the right hand side, and he gets the pick up onto Yoshi, a 1v1 in the mid. It's back to OP, but he will fall! Crazy Raccoon are bringing it back, they've got level. There's the hypercharge from Sunshine Tampo, oh my word, and it is done! Crazy Raccoon out of nowhere, steal the set!
An absolute rug pull here from Crazy Raccoon. What a comeback. As soon as SK found their footing for the first time within this match, it was immediately stolen back from them.
I respect it from SK. The Sprout pick, it was bold, it was strong, it brought home some real goods, but it wasn't enough. You gotta ban the Lu. I just gotta say it again, in a mode like Hot Zone, it is just so fierce, and Shitampo played it beautiful.
This is one of those cases where I'm tempted to say they outdrafted themselves. They left that Lu open, and now it's very evident that that was a mistake. In the moment, though, it seemed like SK Gaming got exactly the sort of draft that they wanted. They were very okay with having this sort of Sprout strategy, combine it with the Gale. It was inventive. It worked for a while. Then the hypercharged Lu started to come back. We saw Crazy Raccoon claw their way back from what seemed like an unattainable victory.
And that was all Moya, by the way. When iChaos was struggling to, well, he's just going to town with the walls. Moya coming in with the Rattled Hive there, just really focusing his time onto iChaos to force him out of the game and force him back to the size of their spawn. He couldn't be present for those walls, and that is when Crazy Raccoon got the momentum forwards. Look at him, 11 kills with a Sprout, which is a brawler, which doesn't do the most amount of damage. iChaos always the glue in SK as far as I'm concerned, but a great game for OP as well. Juking a ton of shots, keeping the pressure on, and for the most part, Crazy Raccoon couldn't find him. But 252 damage for Moya there as well, just the one for Tensai. But it's, again, not necessarily about how many kills you get when it comes down to Hot Zone. It's all about the objective, and brawlers like Lu just can carry that for your team.
I mean, seeing these good mechanics and seeing some high numbers on the field does indicate some good mechanics. It indicates where there could be improvement in draft. You have to wonder where this comes in the mental, though, and I think really the damage has been done. It's up to SK to recover from 2 set losses in a row and a very near game victory.
Yeah, for me, this is a must-win set for SK. You know, one that caters to a lot of their little brawlers in the back pocket. Brawlers like Rico, which they will save for these moments as pop-offs for iChaos in particular. Certainly the 8-bit mid I quite like here as the gem carry, but Rosa's got to be up there with those bans. Cordelia's potentially as well. Sandy, I feel Macy's a worthy ban in my opinion now on this map. And when we see them, the Ruffs, the Lou, the Rosa, the Stu, Charlie, of course. No surprises there, let's be honest. But first pick going the way here of Crazy Raccoon. Will they go with the aggressive lane side? Will they go with that mid controller, the gem carry? And it is going to be a first pick, Macy. I really warmed to her on Hard Rock Mine this weekend.
Maisie is just one of those brawlers. She's a fairly good brawler. She fits a lot of different scenarios, but more importantly, she counters those tanks, which could be arriving up any lane here. SK Gaming had that last pick, so that makes it optimal for them to pick something like that. Tanks can just be some of the best counter brawlers available in this game. But they have 2, 3. What do they go with? Maisie isn't really locking SK into any sort of strategy here, but they need to be thinking about what their mid is within these next couple of picks. You don't want to waste your last pick on a mid.
It is going to be that Rico for SK Gaming. I love it. I really do. But at this stage in the draft, it's very early. I mean, the kryptonite for that particular brawler is breaking open the map, hence the the ban of the Ruffs there as well. And if Crazy Raccoon wants to then go with that approach to follow up, it might not be as effective. Buster, not a bad shout. We've seen some great promise with that brawler, really kind of catapulting its way into the meta. I really quite like it. I know it's a bit of a talking point here on the casting desk as to how effective it can be, but I really do like it, especially on a mode like Gem Grab.
I think this is also a theft of Buster from Crazy Raccoon, who in the scrims have been running this brawler a lot. And Crazy Raccoon do seem to prefer to run a lot of the same brawlers repeatedly, but as they've gotten better at the draft, they've had to diversify their sort of brawler repertoire, if you want to call it that. So coming into this, they have to find something that can effectively go up against the Buster. They're going to be going with Max. But what synergy do they find for that Max? Could it be the Sandy coming in? Really a big struggle for them is also going to be finding something to deal with the Rico, who can shut down a lane entirely. But if they decide not to play the Rico lane at all, if they get a kind of draft and they get a kind of gameplay locked down where they don't even need to engage with the lane Rico, then they can ignore him relatively.
SK will have a response for a tankier option if Crazy Raccoon wants to go for it. I love it. Yeah, I love it. When has Max Sandy never, when has it ever been a bad thing? It's always had beautiful synergy. I was kind of wondering whether they might have gone with a hard counter to that Rico. I hope they're prepared for it because SK certainly are the team to play it best in my opinion on this map. It can be devastating. Let's see what they want to add to this. It's not really, for me, a gem carrier, so it's got to be that. 8-bit for me, normally Yoshi to be the one to play it. I think that's the way to go, but can be troublesome into the Max. So I don't mind it. There he is. I mean, I love this comp from SK. It's going to be a credit and a testament to Crazy Raccoon to how they go around and deal with this, but this is a good starting hand now for SK to get themselves back in the game. They are 2 sets down. It's got to be one that goes their way as far as they're concerned.
I can see SK Gaming really turtling up here, which I think could be a big problem. You got to be playing aggressively here. That is just how the game works at the moment. There is no doubt that Crazy Raccoon are going to be playing this way. They're going to put that Max up at mid, or maybe they'll run it on the lane. They didn't seem to be too unkind to running the Max on the lane previously, but that's not it's him, but Dampo, no major damage contribution here. Everyone's safe and sound on the side of SK Gaming, but they're not playing that objective. Now tied up 6 gems apiece.
It's the awareness of Crazy Raccoon that is just so scary to me. They're always able to find SK when they're lurking and try to foresee it coming. Gems, though, could be in a dangerous spot here. OP there, they're just shielding things out. Tensei will just keep his health alive in the mix. A closer game. We are all tied up now as the speed comes in for Crazy Raccoon.
It looks good for Stetampo. He has that super ready to move. Tensei has 9 gems, just one more. It's dropped by Ope as he falls. Chaos to match. And Crazy Raccoon just got to run this one back. 10 gems and 15-second countdown to victory. SK Gaming, they don't have the speed, they don't have the mobility. They're going to give it their all, but it's 2 people on the right side. Moya running all the way to the back lines. Stetampo keeping everything alive and healthy with the seconds ticking down. Crazy Raccoon take the win over SK Gaming.
That was very convincing. It's got to be said. East Asia lay down the gauntlet once again and start their group off with a bang. Bring again all those lovely brawlers back into full force, the ones that have been forgotten by many teams here at the World Finals, and just showing us still how much bang they've got for their buck.
What a 3-0 shutout here from Crazy Raccoon. I wanted to see more from SK. We'll get to see more from them later on when they will face Foot Esports. But Crazy Raccoon, wow. All of the doubters are certainly quiet now.
Can you imagine now? Can you imagine if it comes down to that Foot SK match? The tension, the rivalry, the storylines that are going to come to the surface with regards to that one. Because so far for me, I've got to say Crazy Raccoon are just looking really, really confident. As we've always seen them on the world stage. They're so locked in, so focused on the task at hand, and just all the glitz and glamour and pressure that comes with the World Finals. It just doesn't seem to affect them in any way whatsoever.
Well, I mean, this is just Saturday for them. This is an ordinary day in the life of a Crazy Raccoon player. They've been up here repeatedly. They've won the world finals at least 10 seconds.
Play to him. What a great round for Moya. 6 takedowns, 252, but IKaos was doing all he possibly could. 11 for him, 371 on that Rico pick that I mentioned from the very beginning is an SK brawler, but he just needed that little bit more help. Yoshi with just the 1 kill, OP with 8. Against a team like Crazy Raccoon, you've got to bring out all the stops. You cannot skip a beat because they'll punish you for it.
Look, I think solid draft here from SK and really good mechanics. You see IKaos getting 11 kills here, but that's not the name of the game. They just got out-mechanicked. And this is sort of the returning storyline here for Crazy Raccoon, is they repeatedly get the mechanics diff. We see it repeatedly. Last year, they ran the same comp multiple times throughout the tournament. They just could not be seen to deviate from the Carl and things. Maybe we'll see Carl make a resurgence later on, but for now, it's the Max and Sandy that needs to be shut down by any of their opponents.
I felt like in terms of the draft, I just preferred what Crazy Raccoon were doing. I mean, leaving open the Lou as well in Hot Zone, I don't think you can afford to do that. I think as well, some of the predictability of the SK drafting is starting to shine through for me. I can kind of tell what I'm expecting to see, and more often than not, it shows its face. And I think for many teams, not really kind of drafting or kind of scrimming against the idea of Max. I think that is proving to be a problem now as people remember just how effective that brawler can be. Got to prepare yourselves for it as we check out our MVP from that series. And I mean, for me, it could be Moya, it could be Stetampo, it could be either one of them, and it is going to be Stetampo. A fantastic performance from him so far today, and I guarantee that Crazy Raccoon, they're not done yet.
Stetampo, I mean, it had to be. He's the all-time GOAT, and we'll get to see more of them in the upcoming match, which I'm very, very excited for. But still, what a performance here from Crazy Raccoon, leaving some to be desired from SK Gaming. We got things teed up for the remaining matches in this group.
It's such an exciting group. This really is, I mean, just the caliber, the quality of all the games we've witnessed so far today have just been exactly what you come to expect from a Brawl Stars World Finals. And I think the group stages as well really do draw out the weak links in this process. The format, I just love it every step of the way. The Crazy Raccoon, again, the perfect start so far, but they've got to keep it up.
Yeah, that's going to be the tough thing, but they have the momentum on their side. They have the mechanics, they have the drafts, they have the victories, they have the numbers to show for it as well. So they've got a great start, leaving SK once again with some stuff to be desired. But Crazy Raccoon, now they have the wind in their sails going into yet another match right off the back of this one.
Again, this next matchup, it's a scary one for esports all year long. Have really been playing, in my opinion, at the top of their game. And I feel Crazy Raccoon have got to read that draft. Drage is a bit of a mastermind when it comes to it. He's got a lot of tricks in the book, and I think this is the time that he's going to bring him out.
We've seen them do fairly well lately as well, so that's leaving some really high expectations for this region. We'll get an update as well on how this group is looking following the victory of Crazy Raccoon and the fall of SK. Now we've seen it. 1-0 here for Crazy Raccoon, SK Gaming 0-1, with Foot Esports still waiting to stake their claim.
This is going to put Foot to the test, in my opinion, and I feel that they are ready for it. You know, they've been displaying some really interesting ideas, keeping us guessing along the way, most importantly, which in the World Finals, I feel can be that real trick in the book to bring out, reserving some of your ideas, trying to put things together in scrims and experiment there and then bring in all those learnings to the world stage. They are looking very, very aggressive for me. One of the favorites for sure in this group, but as we've already seen, upsets can happen along the way, and they've got to bring that level of consistency and just try to wipe the slate clean. It hasn't been a good World Finals for Drake historically either. So against what I've just seen on the stage, Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they mean business today, as you thoroughly expect. I mean, for Tensai, the chance to make it third-time champ. I mean, how often in the history of any title, any game, do you ever get to say that?
Well, I mean, this is also the region that they're facing against is the one that sent Drage packing last year. So there's a little bit of revenge here, but also it's a storyline that's been brewing all the way since the World Finals last year. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch play out on the big stage.
When it comes down to it, predictions-wise, are you still where you stood earlier today? You want to switch things up, change things around? I was regretting mine when it came to that Zeta matchup, so I just got to put the question, you know?
I mean, okay, look, predictions are predictions, okay? I'm still ahead of you, by the way. I just wanna throw that out there for the audience.
Hey, I don't claim to be the predictions master. I'm doing pretty well. Talk to that guy backstage.
but regardless, no, I still put my faith in Crazy Raccoon to make this one happen. I made the mistake of doubting these guys last year. I'm not going to be making that mistake again, but maybe I'm making the mistake for putting my faith in them. We haven't seen Foot play just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So I feel like as well, like watching back that Season 4 SPS season, Foot were put to the test by teams like Nouns, and Nouns didn't have the best time here today, so they're going to have to really bring out all of those learnings from watching those team scrims. And it has been a delight to watch the scrimming process in the World Finals. Many of the teams saying that there's a lot that they weren't accounting for, and a lot of learnings from that process. All of that has got to come to the surface.
Well, with that all said and done and everything teed up, we're going to go to a short break as we get ready for our second match in this group.
You lose!
8-bit, yeah.
What do you think it is?
I think it's 8-bit.
Oh, yeah, it is 8-bit. But it might be his first specific skin. The only one I would know is Saloon.
I'm never guessing the skin.
Okay,
It's 8-bit.
8-bit losing me. Okay.
8-bit, I think.
Yeah. Sin dolor no hay gloria.
El Primo.
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 Primo. El Primo.
El primo.
El Primo.
It sounds to me like Morty Super with Tornado too. But
I think, I don't know, Amber Shots or M Super, probably.
Amber, maybe we can try. Let's try Amber.
You can say Amber, I can say Ems, then we have two guesses. We can get one.
Okay, I say Amber.
M Super.
It was Ems.
Oh, man.
It sounds familiar. What is that?
I keep thinking Willow, but I don't think it's Willow.
Maybe. I don't know. It sounds like a splash brawler, so like... I say we go with it.
Okay, Willow? Ems. Oh, and she pops super.
I would have never got that. I don't
I
play
didn't
with
think
sound.
about that.
What is this? Maybe like a Jackie ulti or something like that.
Willow?
I will still go with Jackie maybe.
Okay, it's Freeze.
I think Gale super.
Gale, yeah, for sure, will. Stun.
Oh,
I know what it is.
Gale.
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 If I have to guess, maybe something with Lu. I don't know what
Yeah, like, I guess Lu. I have heard this sound so many times in my life, but I don't recognize it right now. Maybe Lu. Let's try Lu.
I have a guess.
It's not Lou. Is it?
My guess is Janet, the Janet turret, but I don't know.
I don't know what it sounds.
Sandy super?
Oh, that's what it is.
It's Sandy.
Sandy?
It's Lola.
Lola.
I thought I had it.
Menti?
Lou, I would say.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals 2023! This audience is packed because we're about to witness greatness as our East Asian representatives return to the stage. It's Crazy Raccoon! This team is known for their trademark aggressive style, but can they keep that under control in this matchup and dominate their way to the playoffs? And making their stage debut at DreamHack Winter, it's Foot Esports! Lanan, Symantec, Drage, they may not have any world titles to their name, but these boys are battle hardened and they're here to show exactly what they can do. Just 2 more matches before we find out who our top 8 teams will be. So let's get it on with our latest casters. It's Reddy and Trav.
Let's get it started. Crazy Raccoon versus Foot. What a matchup this is going to be.
I mean, this group overall is just absolutely incredible. That first game, it didn't really live up to its promise, to be honest with you. But I think this one, it's definitely going to be a bit closer in my eyes.
I think so too. We've seen Foot pull off some really impressive performance lately, especially because they're going to the Challenge Finals. For Snapdragon, not the same can be said for SK.
We got to bring it back down.
Well, it all gets started here on Super Beach. Check out the difference here, 64% to 36 on the prediction count. Super Beach has some interesting drafts here as well. Now, view with BSEN, he said, no, people are not going to be outdrafting us anymore. So even if it looks like an outdraft, maybe we'll have to start going back and questioning it, or sort of decide on whether it was after we see the results of the set.
Yeah, they've been pulling out Max so much, and especially in that last game over forward with these drafts.
Well, he was also relatively confident versus this region last year, so this is going to be an opportunity for revenge. We're going to be getting into this draft. Some of the greatest drafting minds around the world now go head-to-head and talk about that first pick. Crazy Raccoon, they've gotten rid of that hypercharged Lou, the Charlie, as well as the Sandy. They've run that one themselves. They know just how strong it can be. Gotta wonder whether the Max makes a resurgence here on Super Beach. Has to be a mid and might not be the strongest option, but Crazy Raccoon certainly know how to operate on it.
Well, Stu's going to come in for Foot Esports here. I like that as a first pick. Pretty versatile. Going to be able to have that pretty solid mobility back and forward, able to avoid and not feed some of these supers. And obviously, you know, Crazy Raccoon, their aggression is definitely one thing that's really unparalleled by any team. So they're going to be wanting to go straight to him, and Symantec should be able to avoid.
Got to have something to block up those shots from Stu as well. Maybe something with spawnables could be an option for Crazy Raccoon should they want to counter it fairly hard. It's going to be difficult for them to run a tank now. They have that last pick still in the pocket. They can still make it work. There's the Max. Wow.
What a surprise.
Yeah, what a shock that we see Max from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, this is just unheard of.
Well, I mean, if it works, it works, you know? I'm not going to complain at him for doing it. It's been absolutely incredible today. Tensai on that Max is pretty much unparalleled by any other player. Crazy Raccoon, though, do still have this second pick, so something got to be brought in that has good synergy with that Max. Sandy, obviously, out the way, so why not a Rosa? Bring in a bit of a tank.
Now, they've run the Rosa before. Combine it with the Max, and you've got a great delivery mechanism for sending that tanky brawler right into enemy backlines. Big problem, though, is that Stu is going to be able to keep his distance from Rosa fairly effectively. Once the speed is at play, that's going to be a different story, and once she also has that hypercharge at play, it's going to be an even more different story. But Fit Esports have some other options to start countering this out. Maisie is a very popular brawler right now to deal with some of these tanks. It'll be more difficult to line up your shots on Max with a brawler like Maisie. Her shots are a little bit slower. Gale is the brawler of choice now. A wider shot, much easier to hit. You can also opt for the slow star power that can slow down any Max pushes without needing a super or anything like that.
And also at the same time, you know, if you don't take that slowing effect, then the stun can be very dangerous in Brawl Ball as well. When you're in that goal mouth, pushing towards, or even defending also, it's very, very solid to stun them out and get it going. It's pretty much the same as, you know, one of those Sandy gadgets. It has the same effect when trying to score. So I definitely think it's a solid pick coming out of Foot Esports here. And they're going to go with the ball as well. And I mean, that's a Linane special. I actually don't hate it. And it's going to be decent against that Rosa 2. Hypercharge is ridiculous on it if used well.
This is true. I mean, Bull's hypercharge ability, it's not really the strongest. I don't see a whole lot of players looking to deal damage to Bull in transit when he's going to be seriously immune to damage, but he does still have that damage boost, and he has the speed boost, more importantly. That's going to be the main striker for this roster. I think really everyone here on Foot Esports has the capability to make a goal. I'm certainly looking mostly to Gale and especially Bull to make that happen. The Crazy Raccoon have the opportunity to either counter this out or double down. Shelly will be their brawler of choice, and this is going to be good for countering out Bull if he gets in close range, but also for scoring a goal.
Yeah, I think the same. I mean, you know, Gale's going to have his work cut out, I feel, same with the Stu, because Bull's going to have a very hard time against that Shelly. Going to have to be swapping back and forward and ensuring that they've got these favorited matchups, especially with that Bull on the Rosa and the Gale, trying to keep people away as well. But, I mean, Gale's good against Rosa, right, but, you know, the other flip side on the other lane would not be as strong. Getting into it then, game number 1 between Foot Esports and Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon already 1-0 in their group, looking to guarantee their spot.
Yeah, and otherwise it could be going down to the set win percentage, which would be certainly dangerous. Now let's get started. Foot Esports, immediate aggression, and Lena is the first to fall. But Drage and Semantic need to hold the line. A pass up to Drage, quickly abandoned, as he doesn't want to push further in. Knew that he would get pinched super hard. They afford some time for Lena to come right back to the forefront, trying to keep his distance versus Moya. The dash in and the slow. Another chain super together, but now he's overextended. Moya looks for an opportunity to score a goal. A pass over to Shetapo. It looks good. No use of the super to pass it in, but Moya can still slot it through.
Yeah, just hitting that right-hand side box, but bounces straight into the path of Moya. Not going to complain about that, but a little bit of wall break coming through now as well. Great slow there from the Rosa. Hypercharge coming through from Linane. Not going to have the most effect against the Rosa, but it will against the Max. There you go. Nice super from Semantic coming through. Also pass to the left-hand side, and Linane finds the goal. Beautiful.
What a pitch here from Foot Esports, already 1-1. And we're only a minute into the game. Drage is keeping his distance from Shitatampu, who has the hypercharge ready. Same goes for Moya. Really, the icing on the cake would be a super from Tensai. We see that gadget on cooldown. Shitatampu's going to take an opportunity. A lapse in control on the right side. Here it comes. Moya now with the hypercharge and the super popped at the same time. But Drage and Semantic refuse to let this ball through. Still, it's 2 versus 3. A pass over to Tensai. 1 up to Moya. A full team wipe. And a slot through from Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon taking game number 1. Foot Esports falling behind early on, and it was a pretty convincing game at that. You know, Foot Esports, they had their moment, they had their goal, and it was from Linane making some brilliant plays on that ball and putting himself in a position to be passed through too. So really nice stuff from him, but I still think they've got a long way to go to defeat Crazy Raccoon here.
Foot Esports, I think especially Lena needs to rethink the bull strategy here. He did get some good damage in, but he didn't finish off the kill on Moya, and even then, he wound up being fairly overextended, leaving a void in control on his team. Foot Esports now looking to get possession of this ball to boot. Moya on the left side is farming up some hypercharge. Lena has a super to show for it. Semantic also trying to chime in. No real movement so far. Tensai would especially love to have a super here to combine with Shitatampo's super that he's now gotten ready. No big moves just yet. Here comes a super in from Shitatampo. The Clay Pigeons to match another super with Lena shut down. Semantic, he's not in position to make this happen. He will be able to pass that ball to the back left, which affords some time for Drage and Lena to respawn. But the 3 versus 2 is in full force.
Say Drage now trying to make a break for it, but just going to get rid of that ball and ain't coming in with the super. Going to be able to knock Moya back, stop him from using that super. Gets the damage done and gets the kill along with it. Now Drage and Samantha going to pinch in on this side. A little bit of help from Lennane as well. Has that hypercharge, has that super, and that can be dangerous in a position like this.
Semantic now pushing the ball forward. Linna's going to be the first to fall to Moya's hypercharge. Semantic now backing up. Moya can receive this pass. Drage doesn't have the damage output. Here comes a super from Moya, and they're just going to walk it through running back style. Crazy Raccoon get the first goal.
Almost defended there as Tensai did pass the ball to Drage, but Lennane couldn't quite get it. Super hypercharge can be used. Lennane going forward now. Same play as last time. Can they make it happen? Super from Semantic. The damage coming through, but not the goal yet. Cleared by Sitampo, but not far enough. Drage gets the goal and evens out this game.
What a fast goal there from Foot Esports. Crazy Raccoon are going to try and convert one of their own. Moya now in with the super. Tensai is ready to get the pass up, but Lenna is just too beefy to be shut down. Tensai takes him down in transit. It's up to Stetampo to shut down this right lane, but more importantly, Foot just want to retain control of mid to allow Lenna to respawn. In the same time, though, Moya is rejoining the ranks on the left with a hypercharge and a super to boot. Here it comes, the combo. Semantic with the pushback. Lenna goes for the solo play, but it's no good. All the way on the back lines, woefully behind both Shitapo and Tensai. He's going to go for the damage, but it's no good. Moya needs this goal. A pass up to Tensai could be the win condition here. Drage is trying his best to defend, but not enough DPS. It's a win in the set for Crazy Raccoon.
Brilliant stuff then from Crazy Raccoon, taking the first set. And, you know, although we did have a bit of pushback from Foot, a goal here and there, the overall game was definitely sided towards Crazy Raccoon. And the only real plays from Foot were coming from that hypercharge of Lennane. You know, he goes towards Moya, gets the super off the Rosa, and then continues his aggression forwards. And it worked, but it just didn't work well enough. The overall team play, the overall comp from Crazy Raccoon just seemed that little bit better.
Once more, I mean, I think this is fairly visionary. I think this is fairly inventive from Foot Esports. It was just too reliant on that comp working exactly as it needed to. There wasn't really fallback. There wasn't really a way for this comp to evolve. We didn't see a whole lot of difference in gameplay or strategy from one game to the next.
Yeah, well, replays coming through. I mean, it was a very close game. We had some good moments, some good defenses, but overall, just dominance from Crazy Raccoon coming through. And I mean, there really wasn't a lot of stopping them. You know, Drage did fairly well to be able to get away from Moya, but the hypercharge is just too much. And I feel like in certain circumstances like this, even if you have the ball, even if you have the Gale, there's just no stopping it. Drage tried his best to get a little bit of a breakthrough, open up a bit more room when playing through here. But overall, it just kind of seemed like the Shelly dealt with his lane, the Rosa dealt with his lane, and Tensai's just there to do what he does best.
Pretty much just shoved that ball through the goal. Drage, he was trying to get that DPS through, but it just was not enough. I think that was one of the biggest issues here for Foot Esports is that Crazy Raccoon, they were able to consistently force that Rosa through. And I think also we saw a bit of a lane diff there from Stetampo. He was able to consistently get damage on Moya, but more importantly, Moya was getting that super fairly quickly.
And you can hear it there as well. A few of their comms coming through, and this is actually probably the most excited we've seen this region come to an event as. East Asia region, usually quite silent, usually quite, you know, chilled out, relaxed, just as we saw Zeta Division being earlier. But in terms of kills and DPS, I mean, kills-wise, it's definitely the side of Crazy Raccoon. 576-244 for the side of Foot Esports.
Just wonderful stats here on both sides, honestly. I think we saw a pretty scrappy match from Foot Esports, but obviously the victory does go to Crazy Raccoon. They had a much more scrappy comp, really good at shoving that ball through the goal, while we saw Foot Esports, theirs is more reliant on getting the ball in front of the goal and then passing the ball up to him, which is not something you can do very reliably.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the moment, isn't it? You're only able to get that done when you have the hypercharge, when you go aggressive like that. It's a once in a game thing, and that's why they had the one goal in each of the games. Split, however, is up next. We're heading to Hot Zone to see if Foot Esports can claw this back to 1-1, or if Crazy Raccoon will continue their dominance over the European region and move yet another set ahead.
And thankfully for Foot, this is also a change of pace. We move from a less fast-paced mode into more of a control-based one. So the momentum breaker, not all the way, but at least halfway there for a change of mode. Here it comes. The band's already flying through. Crazy Raccoon getting rid of some of the usual suspects, plus Gale, which seems to be a Foot Esports preference. The Dynamite ban on the side of Foot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think even without seeing this counter, it's pretty fair to say who had the first pick. The bans, obviously, Gale, Lou, and Charlie. Pretty much the three of the most banned brawlers throughout this duration of this World Finals. But Ruffs is going to be the first pick coming in from Foot Esports. I like it, bouncing around some of the sides, wall breaks, so they can pivot to a little bit more of an open comp later on if they need. And I think overall, it's a very solid first pick.
Well, 2-3 coming in from Crazy Raccoon. Have to be considering what they can do about Ruffs here. Ruffs would ideally not be running the second gadget. If you can throw down the bags, that's fantastic. It prevents a lot of things that Crazy Raccoon might prefer to run that are single target brawlers, so it also frees those up for Foot Esports to run. Crazy Raccoon could decide to brave the storm and go directly into those bags anyway. Barley is going to be a one-size-fits-all solution for any sort of spawnables that spawn a large group. It's going to be very easy to take out any of those bags. Foot Esports might opt to run it anyway, though.
Yeah, I mean, Barley's a very, very smart pick into the Ruffs. But at the same time, a little bit later, towards the end of the game, the Ruffs is going to be able to break up, get some stuff done. And I mean, Rosa's going to double down on that idea. Yes, it's going to be very good at early games, same as Barley. But once stuff starts to open up, it becomes a lot more difficult. Not that Rosa still can't do it, because she definitely can. We saw it in the last game. Stu started opening up, and the whole map did. And then she still kind of dominated. So we'll see if they're going to be able to bring that kind of same idea into the second set. But for esports, they've still got a lot of time, 2 more picks to be able to try and counter this one out.
Okay, some kind of anti-tank would be ideal for Foot Esports, and there are plenty of options to go by, but the ones that are a bit beefier, have some more health, have some more resilience on the point would be far ideal. There's the Jackie. This brawler, you get punished for staying in close range versus her, so this is going to be a fairly good way to deal with the Rosa. The biggest struggle is going to be for Rosa to get her super before engaging with the Jackie, since usually that's the only way to reliably come out unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like the Jackie's like that good into the Rosa, you know. Rosa-Jackie matchups can be pretty similar, but then once you get that super, you're going to be dominating, and I feel like that's a bit of an issue for esports. Yes, the hypercharge can help, but they might even not be sending that, they might not even be sending the Jackie towards it, as now they've got that Colette hypercharge along with it, the spirit to follow along with that super, and Colette is a very solid brawler, but it's going to rely on that map being open, or she's just not going to find the angles.
For some reason, I was expecting something like a Gray maybe to break open some of these walls, right, deal with the Barley, and also as a good way to get Jackie some much-needed mobility. It's a very valuable thing to have for her, but the DPS must have been lacking for Rosa, and also accomplishes relatively the same thing as Colonel Ruffs when it comes to breaking open those walls. But Crazy Raccoon, Tara as the final selection. That'll be able to shoot right through the sandbags. It'll be a phenomenal counter for Jackie, and also, now that you have those shades spawning, it'll be a good way to deal with any damage that Colette has to offer. I think that this is a phenomenal pick to deal with every single brawler on the side of Foot.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be good against the brawlers of Foot, but just on this map, it just feels weird to see Tara come in, you know? And this is me, the biggest Tara lover in existence, questioning Tara. So, you know, there you have it. I kind of maybe doubt it a little bit. Yes, it's good against the brawlers. Yes, it has decent matchups. But I feel like it's the same as the Colette. You've got to be able to build those angles for her. Otherwise, her peeking ability is just not going to be that good on this map.
It'll be a bit of a struggle. We'll see how she fares inside some of these bushes. If she decides to take that route, here comes around the left side. Semantic's already bullying Tensai over here with these ricocheting shots. He's struggling to move through. On the right side, though, it's looking like massive profit for Crazy Raccoon Tensai. He popped down some of those shades on the left, but it's to no avail. Semantic keeps on stuffing him back as he's opted also to run the second gadget, since it would be useless to run the bags into Moya. Moya's now getting the idea of rotating over towards the left side, where he knows that Semantic can't counter him effectively. On the right, Lina is forced to fend for himself. Tensai tries to chime in. He's going to look for an angle, but Shitapo, he's got it all covered. He's got it all on lock just by himself. So far, it's a lead for Crazy Raccoon, but no significant steps on that left lane.
And now they're looking good for both sides. That's the thing, you know, like they've got Moya in this matchup against the Colette, against the Ruffs, and on the right-hand side, you've got the Rosa and the Tara against the Jackie. That seems pretty solid for me across both sides for Crazy Raccoon here, but Semantic, you really can't catch a break. He's just going to be able to eat some shots and try and move through it, but last call comes in, going to be pushing him into a bit of a compromised position, falls low, Drake has to cover, and Moya gets a few percent here and there.
It's very brave for Moya to be moving in here when he's all out in the open. Semantic's going to be breaking open these walls, so it diminishes the value that Moya's able to offer. On the right side, big assault here from Lina. Shitetampo tries to stay alive using the super. Lina completely shut down by Shitetampo with the shield active, and now Crazy Raccoon even get to make some advances on the left lane as they start to capture this zone.
Yeah, I mean, some advances, seems like a lot of advances, to be honest. Lane going forward, though, hypercharge, giving that extra speed, and he gets 2. Now the pinch should be there for Shitetampo as well, and Foot can start building this back up. The majority of Crazy Raccoon's percentage, it's all on the right, which is a zone that they should have been guaranteed anyway, and the wall breaks start to come through.
Shitapo needs this combo. Here it comes. The hypercharge and the super popped at the same time guarantees a victory over Lina. Tensai on the left side with so many shades spawned, and Shitapo's going straight for the spawn. 80% captured for Crazy Raccoon. Just got to see some control on this left side. Lina's going to look for whatever he can. Drage even with a super and shut down on the way there. Lina, the next to fall if Shitapo gets the kill. There it is. And a supply drop from the sky isn't enough to shove him off this point as we count up to 100%. Tensai just needs to stay alive. There it is. And a game win for Crazy Raccoon.
Ready, set. Is it more restage dominance throughout the entirety of the Brawl Stars Championship World Finals? Because this is looking exactly like it's going to be. FUT Esports just really aren't getting a bit of a look in. They're getting the percentage they should on their side, and barely even that. You know, when Barley rotated over to the left-hand side, Semantic couldn't move, and the Colette couldn't move either. It's just really beautiful from Crazy Raccoon, and every little matchup, they just know how to win.
What development can we even see from FUT? I mean, Lina pushing in here versus Shitapo. He knows now not to engage when Shitapo has that super active, just to wait it out and let his ammo do the work once he survived those initial punches. So already a lane victory for Lina on the right lane does look promising. Moya is forced to rotate away from this zone on the left so that Drage can move in. Lina, he's all the way in enemy territory. Tensai's debating using his super. Decides, no, it could be better used somewhere else. Just save it as a last resort because so far Crazy Raccoon are doing a fine job of capturing the right side. There's a kill onto Lina. And maybe a push in from Moya and Tensai on the left side, being very apprehensive, but they baited out every single gadget from Symantec.
Yeah, I mean, that's 4, possibly 3, depending on what gadget he's using. Already used, and Shitapo dominating the lane. He's just having to run away, and even whilst he's running, he's not healing because he's got to shoot towards some of those support from beyond. Shitapo coming through, gets 1, should be able to get 2. Semantic falls as well, gets the trade. But what does that mean when CR are dominating both sides with a 40% lead?
Lina's going to try and push in, go right from Moya, or maybe just try to inhabit Crazy Raccoon's backlines. The attempt of using a super comes up empty-handed. Shitapo on the right side is actually in a very suboptimal matchup. He's still going to go for it, pops a hypercharge and gets a kill versus his one hard counter on the opposing side. The capture for Crazy Raccoon on the right side looks very, very promising. FUT Esports have a colossal comeback to achieve here.
I mean, Tensai just going to move over, not even going to fully focus this left-hand side along with Shitapo, probably get that right and then try pinch round. Shitapo pushing forward, gets a few %, but not enough to secure this game just yet. Now hypercharge coming in from Linane, gets both of them down. Beautiful from him, but still 40% deficit for them to build back.
Shitapo has the super. We gotta see some moves in from Moya. The last call could be activated. Shitapo now gonna push in with that super. A counter from Drage, another super. The double kill looks crystal clear, but Moya's still here to fight. Drage has another super also to counter. 90% captured so far by Crazy Raccoon, and they only had this left zone to make it happen. It's gotta be quick action from FUT Esports because Shitapo's so alive and healthy, they're gonna make it happen. It's just Lina left to answer, and Crazy Raccoon close it out.
More close games, but it's just not close enough for FUT Esports. They're getting the percentage back, and this is what we said, you know. Early game, yes, CR should destroy them. But late game, when the walls start to be broken up, when Rosa and Barley are a little bit less useful, then FUT should be able to come back. And they did start something. They started to come back, but they couldn't end it. 2-0 to Crazy Raccoon, and they're getting the same treatment as SK.
The comp just ain't comping. We need to see the counter strats from FUT. But so far, it seems to be all a Crazy Raccoon story. Even the things that looked sort of promising, like, I mean, you disagree with me on this, but the Jackie and the Rosa, it seemed like there was some counterplay, right? We saw Lina be a little bit more patient. I think in this particular matchup where, no, never mind, not this one. Shitapo still shuts him down. But later on, he learned, okay, let's let the super ride out, and then we can take the win from there. But that's only one instance among many of Shitapo winning that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's just, you know, slight impatience maybe, but it's hard to be patient when you see your opponent just building up that zone over and over and over and dominating you time and time again. It's really difficult to be able to remain patient and not try something special. We did see a few trades. Drake had a few moments down this left-hand side as well when he did defend well. But it's things like that, you know, you're not breaking the walls. You're not really... I mean, I suppose Ruffs is going to be pretty decent at bouncing round, but at the same time, I feel like some wall break was needed.
And they did get some wall break in there. They were able to deal with Moya quite effectively once that wall break was present on the left side. On the right side, it wasn't so much of an issue, but they did opt to get a supply drop on the right lane, which was relatively helpful for Lina later on. But here you can see the difference. Wow, so many kills for Shitapo. It's what you come to expect from Rosa, which he's been running a lot.
10 kills and 343 DPS is definitely something that FUT Esports have got to be scared of going into future sets. Twice, Crazy Raccoon have picked up that Rosa now, and twice it's been the dominant force that is against them. They've got to pick up on it. They've got to have some kind of countermeasure. I mean, not that they haven't either. They had Gale. They had Bull in the first. They've got Colette. They've got Ruffs in this one, but nothing seems to work.
I mean, these seem like counter picks, but they don't seem to be doing the job of a counter pick.
Hey,
and
I mean, you said it yourself. Crazy Raccoon apparently don't lose draft accounts. Yeah. So, I mean, it's clear now.
According to themselves, they do not lose draft anymore, and no one will be able to best them, which is a harrowing thought for any opponent that will face them down the line should they close it out here on last stop. It could be FUT's last stop, unless they're able to stop this momentum.
Yeah, there's a lot of stopping to be done. And the first of it is trying to get this one set on the board. Because even in sets like this, you know, it really does matter. You've got to start building them up. I mean, it's very, at this point, 2-0 up to Crazy Raccoon. It's unlikely we're going to have a tiebreak. But sets mean so much if there is one, you know. And I mean, it's got to be 3 in a row for FUT Esports now. And I don't really like their chances after seeing what Crazy Raccoon have brought to the table in the first 2. Piper going to be the first pick on last stop. It's been a bit of a while since I've seen something like this. Usually we go for the 8-bits. We go for the nannies before Piper, stuff like that. But maybe they've kind of expecting something from Crazy Raccoon and wanted to preempt that.
Well, also the way to execute this would be to break open the bushes to allow Piper some vision. So that is going to have to be something that is achieved with the next couple of picks, which might be challenging if Crazy Raccoon decide, okay, we'll run the Amber, then that's one of your major options for breaking open the bushes, now completely belonging to Crazy Raccoon. So they have a couple of picks in a row. Otis is the direction that they want to go through. And I think this is a fairly good option if you want to fight in that bush, if you want to hide in the bush. Meg is going to be soaking up so much damage here. A fairly good mid.
Yeah, I mean, Meg on last stop, it's decent. And I don't hate it as much as I usually would, but we are back over to FUT Esports for their next 2 picks, see what they bring to the table. But the Otis has always been a very good pick down one of these lanes. Fat Splatter can cover it for a few seconds, you know, similar effect to what Sticky Residue would do, or something like that. But, you know, Squeak's still on the table, still something that we can see. So FUT Esports, next 2 picks, we'll see what they do choose to go for. You said they might need some form of grass break, something like that, to be able to help the Piper, unless she does it herself. But it's going to be the Eve, and they're going to be bringing in those babies.
I do like the Eve for precisely the reason that you said. You have the spawnables, and that's another one that could be taken out of Crazy Raccoon's playbook. I don't see it doing a ton versus the Meg, since she has a lot of damage output, especially when those hatchlings get in close range. Maisie now available to FUT Esports, so they've decided to go for not any breaking of bushes, breaking of walls at all, which could leave Piper quite vulnerable if Crazy Raccoon go for a big counter pick, something that threatens the Piper a lot. We've seen them run the Max. Max is a great way to deal with Piper.
Well, I mean, I'd love to see them play Max again. It really is something special when we do see it, and Tensai might be the one to pick that up. So we shall see if that's going to be their last pick. It's going to be the Amber, and they're going to be the ones burning down the bushes, apparently helping out Piper a little bit down these lanes. But at the same time, if you do it in a controlled fashion, if you burn up opponents' bushes and not your own, then I think it can help.
That's one option. The other is that you can get some slowing if you're using the gear to do it, so you can make your opponents a little bit slower, a little bit easier to line up some of those shots. She's got solid damage as well. No serious complaints here, but it's not much of a counter pick necessarily. It doesn't directly address any of the brawlers on the opposing side, just a good brawler for this map.
Yeah, I mean, overall, pretty solid. But I mean, maybe play down one of those right lanes, I'd imagine, just trying to burn down some of those bushes, stop them from aggressing as much as I'm sure that they'd like to down that right. That's usually the lane that both of these people do lose. But actually, we're going to see it on the left, playing against Eve here. Going to be trying to burn down some of those babies that she's going to be bringing in. Lanaine playing the Maisie down the right, and Moya already out of mech, which is something we kind of expect, I feel, against a Piper.
Sort of what you wanted to expect. She also does have some resilience, though, throwing down the toolbox to tank a little bit of extra damage. Only 3 gems over his head, and already taken down Semantic. Looks to chime in on the left side. Big damage from Tensai, gets to finish off the kill. Drage with a nice prediction and a tap on the left. And the hatchlings come down to deal with Moya. It's only a temporary solution. Drage has a lot of help to chew through on Moya, who pops down this gadget. It's additional reload speed, too. A nice kill there for Moya as he penetrates the back line. 6 gems over his head, and 2 more waiting at spawn. Lana tries to come in here. In fact, almost pops Moya out of that mech, but still 7 gems over Moya's head. 2 more at mid, ready to be picked up.
Yeah, well, great taps from Linane and Drage over that right-hand side. Now the babies do come in. Tensai's going to have to use a lot of his oil on that, and Moya not going to be in the most favorable of matchups through the mid here against this Piper. Does get brought out of his mech by Linane, who has the hypercharge now coming in. Going to throw out some shots. Shitampo going to go down. Tensai should follow as well. Another hypercharge super, but doesn't get Moya just yet. Starting to bring these gems back, though, and FUT Esports have a sign of life.
Well, possession of the bushes on the right side completely belonged to FUT Esports. Shitampo's going to try it. Totally pinched by Drage in the knot. Executed in the same moment. Now big push in from the knot. Push back on a Tensai. And Crazy Raccoon are fully trapped in spawn now unless he can find some angle, which is going to be difficult. Shitampo opts for the lane switch. Tensai now trying to occupy the right side of this map. Linaz on super low health. Big pinch. And this is the beginning of Crazy Raccoon beginning to wrest back control. Drage with a nice tap on the Tensai though, and it's not all over just yet. Drage needs to tee up some big shots. No contact just yet, but Moya is as vulnerable as he's gonna get. Now here's the mech coming down from the sky, and 2 more gems for Crazy Raccoon to tie it up 9-9.
Well, down goes Drage now as well. Linane's got to make a move, try and protect these gems, stop Moya from getting them. There was one on the floor there. He does get the kill. Now shoots out some more with the hypercharge too. 1 gem lays on the floor. Drage might be able to claim it as Tensai just covering these gems for his teammates. And it's 11-9. And I think that just about makes it so, oh no, they can definitely even this one out.
Moya needs to pick up a gem at mid. That's the win condition. Drage is holding on to that ammo. He's forced to jump back. Linat looks for a kill. Moya swipes him out of existence. And it's all tied up here. No countdown until the next gem is picked up, and it's going to be for Tensai. Moya's safe and sound on the right side, but it's only temporary. He needs this mech back. Linat has so much health, but he finally manages to chew through. 1 more gem is the win condition with just a few seconds left. FUT Esports cannot tie this up by picking up anything at mid. A kill on the Tensai or Moya is necessary, but they're fully out of reach. Crazy Raccoon approach match point.
I mean, what's to be said about it, to be honest? I feel like Linane rushed it a bit on that right-hand side at the end there. Kind of just jump padded in and walked in a straight line. Seemed a little bit off for me. And I'm not sure if that's kind of the pressure getting to him or just a bit of frustration. And now facing this match point for Crazy Raccoon. Difficult position for FUT Esports to come back from. They haven't even won a game yet. Never mind winning this many in a row to be able to bring it back.
Almost a flawless victory for Crazy Raccoon. They can close it out here. For FUT Esports, this is where you see the reverse sweep born, but they need to make big moves. Drage froze on the spot there for a moment, and Crazy Raccoon get to reap the rewards fully. Lina on the right side also shot down, and Semantic all on his own. And a 2-man pinch. Semantic still manages to get the jump on a Tensai and a kill. It's a fantastic comeback for FUT Esports, but they have to play this objective, which is so difficult versus Moya, who has so much health.
I mean, look at the placement of this oil as well, slowing Drage in his tracks pretty much permanently if he doesn't burn it down. And Semantic too low to do too much on the right. Linane falls on the right, sorry, and Semantic's low on the left. Drage being burned down, toolbox placed as well. Moya just trying to stay in this mech. And now that's the 8th gem in his hand, and not a single one for FUT.
Linaz looking vulnerable. There's a kill from Shitampo, and things are crumbling from FUT Esports. Just complete silence on their end. No major plays just yet. Need to see 1 more gem. Moya, he's perfectly in position to pick this one up. Running it back with 10 gems in a countdown. Only 15 seconds remain for FUT Esports to get a kill on Moya.
Yeah, Tensai's there for the defense as well. Semantic now joining them. I think he's got no jumps left to be able to get over this wall easy as well now. Linane coming in, does have a dash. Going to be able to use that super, but not enough. Moya's out of mech and he does go down. There's a launch pad there, but nobody can get the gems and get out. Drage could have picked up 2 and escaped through this super, but it's not going to be enough. It's a reset, but now Crazy Raccoon are established in this defensive position.
A near miss here for FUT Esports. They can still bring it back. They have to fight all the way to Shitampo with 5 seconds left and no one in sight. Crazy Raccoon, they close it out. A full 6 games, 0 losses. Flawless victory for Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, that looks good for Crazy Raccoon going on into the next days. Some doubted them after Masters. Some said they weren't going to be the team they once were. But they've came in today on day 2 of the World Finals and proved to everybody once again, do not underestimate East Asia.
What a statement. All the doubters now silent. Crazy Raccoon reigns supreme for now, as they will be representing their region on the big stage on day 3.
Incredible stuff then from Crazy Raccoon straight to that 3rd day, and there's going to be many more tough matchups for them ahead. Or shall I say, their first tough matchup by the looks of how they've handled this group, to be honest, because that was flawless. 6-0 in terms of sets in this group. just absolutely decimated Europe, and it's not a good look for those two teams, but they will be facing each other next, and that is a decider game, and it's a massive grudge match.
Oh man, I mean, what a grudge match it's going to be. I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly. For the purpose of the show, it's such a spectacle to behold. We'll see Foot versus SK next, but rolling back the tape and reflecting on what Crazy Raccoon had going on here, and especially Foot, because there were such high expectations for Foot coming into this match versus Crazy Raccoon. They felt very confident, and were also playing very well in the weeks leading up, in the months leading up. They were doing fairly well in all of their matches and in all of their scrims. Foot Esports, when it came to their drafts and versus Crazy Raccoon, they looked fairly solid at times, but Crazy Raccoon still shut them out. Out without a speck of opportunity for victory.
I mean,
Gaming! IKO said that the start of this year was incredibly tough, but since then they've made a team change. They brought in Ope and they're hoping that he is going to give them the boost they need to take this all-important victory and their place in the playoffs. And next up, their last opponents of the group stage. It's Foot Esports! Not long ago, Symantec was the poster boy of SK Gaming, his rival today. And by his side is Drage, one of the most experienced players in the Brawl Stars competitive scene. So we're sure to see fireworks in the arena today. All right then, DreamHack Winter, let me hear you. Are you ready for the game? All right then, let's head over to Trav and Uber to call the action.
And one final time in the BSC, it's time to renew the rivalry between Foot Esports and SK Gaming, in the words of Drage. Of course, with the knockout of SK Gaming, forced them to go to LCQ. He says, bro, I hate SK. I hope they have fun at LCQ. But they did. They got through and they made it here to do it again.
I mean, it's gonna be an absolutely incredible game. I cannot wait to see the heat that it goes on stage. There's gonna be so many words thrown back and forward. The player reactions are gonna be absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you'll be able to hear Symantec absolutely screaming his head off across that stage, and I'm sure SK will give it back.
I said to Symantec, how do you feel about SK obviously going up against your old team? And he looks at me for a couple seconds and he goes, what do you mean they kicked me? What do you think I feel about this team? And that was all I needed to hear. That's right, plenty of bad blood, and it's sure to come to a boil in this 5-set series. We're going to be starting on Heist. It'll be time to head over to Kaboom Canyon. I mean, a map we've already seen played out quite a few times here. We've seen a lot of Cordelia's play some Gale as well. We've seen, obviously, the bounce pad gadget brought into those maps. I actually got a chance to watch Foot scrim this very map last night. Some interesting picks they've worked in. I think it was against STMN. Great scrim to watch. They've definitely prepared themselves. And SK Gaming said, no, Gale, not about it. We do not want to deal with that at all. Colette and Lola banned out here by Foot Esports too.
Yeah, I mean, the Cordelia is also going to be taken off the table. Charlie and the Colt. I mean, we've seen some good stuff from Foot Esports with that Colt as well, burning down that safe, and obviously Hypercharge kind of doubled down on that damage as well. Opens up that super, allows it to be a lot easier to hit. OP going to secure himself the nanny early on.
Yeah, of course, that Hypercharge on Colt widens that bullet storm, but it means there's more bullets in it, and that's enough to sort of connect with that rather large hitbox of the safe. Nani here, of course, a really popular pick. Often see, that Warp Blast used to swap places with the Peep and get in that bottom corner of the map to draw a player from your opposition back, force them to deal with you. Bonnie going to come here for Foot Esports, a great long-range option with that all-in potential if it comes down to a race.
Yeah, Tara going to be joining it as well, has the ability to tank it out with this support from beyond, and if you don't want to use it for tanking, you can use it on the safe. And
all-in combo potential, should you want to go that way. It's been quite the road for SK Gaming, and a big ask here for Ope. Again, pretty inexperienced at LAN, obviously that new addition to this team. Good to see the Meg locked in here. This is really going to allow SK to bully their way into mid initially.
Yeah, I mean, the Meg, it's going to have a lot of HP, but when it comes out of that mech, the damage that it does is so minimal, and the HP that she's got is even less. So it is really, you've got to hope that you can get the control from it, put your Nanny in a position where that damage gear can be activated, where she can get so much DPS. And Griff, I think this might be one of the first times we're seeing this piggyback to break open that mid, maybe send the Meg through a little bit earlier on, probably a very solid idea, but the DPS that he can throw out as well is very good. Burning through some of these Tara gadgets is going to be a great thing.
This is also a brawler taken away from Symantec. He loves the Griff on this map. I saw him scrimming that very pick here. So that might throw a spanner in the works now for Foot Esports as they try and figure out their last pick. It'll be Chuck coming in again. So really interesting now. Both teams have these elements to get behind enemy lines and draw people back, right? The Chuck is just going to go for the safe. There's some all-in potential. But I feel like the Chuck forces both teams into committing. If you see that Chuck go behind you, you just go all in on the enemy safe and know you have a 3 versus 2 if they try and fight you. Chuck's DPS overall in that safe doesn't really measure up to some of these other picks here. They might just try and race him.
I mean, this is the thing. I was speaking to just Insert literally backstage just before I hopped up for that previous game, and he said, you know, if you've just got a Chuck, sometimes it struggles. But if you've got a Chuck and you've got a Bonnie, you know you can go towards that safe. One of them's always going to be there, and that forces them into a heavy, heavy defense.
Here it is. Let's put pen to paper in another chapter in the Foot Esports SK rivalry. No pleasantries exchanged. We're straight out of the gates, hitting hard and fast as Lanar's the first casualty. Semantic also struggles on that right-hand side. The impact of the Meg, even though she's out of the mech, she got the job done in controlling mid.
Well, Lenane just going to be working towards his super now as well. Another post for Lenane or for Semantic to build up here, getting ready to chug towards that opposing safe. OP back in the mech now as well. Griff Soup comes down, but a Tara Soup from Dre to counter it out. Gets the kill, but Nani, first signs of life, first signs of damage on that safe, and it's quite a lot early on.
Semantic finally stepping forward here to get OP out of the mech once more. So there's a window now for Foot Esports to get more aggressive. A substantially weakened SK Gaming lineup will have to deal with this, and I love that from Yoshi. Gets out of dodge here now as we have the dive. Lanar on that Bonnie made his way towards a safety, but Chaos instantly comes back to defend. OP will be dealt with though with that gravity at the top of the map.
Yeah, Lenane just burning down time here, letting SK come back and allowing Drage and Samantha to go forwards. Now Samantha comes through towards that safe, getting some damage down. Griff super backwards as well coming through. Lenane not going down because OP can't deal the damage onto him, getting some damage on safe. But now it was time for Samantha to retreat and Drage to slot into this mid, but he does go down as well.
Very much on the table here, but this is a little lackluster from Foot Esports. Again, Semantic wants to commit onto the safe, drawing 3 players back, buying time for Foot to get their respawns in play. Lanar though, yeah, that picker card is going to claim him easily enough. SK have the damage here. It's a close one so far, but they're about to get some safe damage of their own.
Semantic goes straight away as well, and this might be a base race now. Nani damage gear on Super as well. Jump from Lenane straight onto OB, get him out of that mech and stop that damage from coming through. Tara pull there as well, but Chaos doesn't actually get caught on the water. Now Semantic coming through too. OB's going to be there waiting for him, but not got the DPS at range, and he avoids the swing as well. Beautiful from him. And Dre slots around the right.
Look at that, it's going so low, 9% here. Foot Esports making the commitment towards the end of the round. Semantic backed away and almost managed to pick off IK. Chaos there. Drake needs to get something done. That's the dive, and that'll get the job done. Lanar sticks the landing.
But Esports take game number 1. Great plays from them, and Semantic, he chose his times well to go in, played that Chuck beautifully, I will say. You know, he goes in when he needs to, comes out of by Drage on that top side of the map. Now just playing the slow game yet again. Chaos going to come through, piggy bank on this wall and break it up. But Semantic about to set up one more post, and that should be able to get him to safe.
Gets it done. Ope though able to bring him down, help from beyond. Not going to be of much assistance here as pick a card almost gets rid of Lanar. One more shot will do it. The map is fully opened up now. And that's a great situation for Ope and Chaos who have that range. Semantic, tough to catch, zigzagging his way over towards a safe. A couple shots on Chaos now, and he's headed back home. Oh, not quite. He'll still deal with Chaos though and secure a trade. Now Lanar wants to dive on in. Foot Esports are taking no prisoners.
So much damage coming through. OP trying to match on the other side, but with no mech, it's just not going to happen. Semantic needs to get in range of one of these posts now to be able to get forwards, or he's going to be stuck.
Here he goes.
He gets OP down on his way onto the safe 4K and add more as well.
Talk about value. And look at him running rings around Chaos. He gets another one. Semantic doing the dirty on his old team. Here is that Tara Super now. OP once more knocked out of the mech, and SK Gaming are floundering. A paltry 4% remains. Semantic can hope to finish the job there, but it'll be close enough now. What a lead for Foot Esports. They are inches away from taking a set.
Lenane goes forward, picks up a kill as well, makes it a 3v2 in mid, make that 2v2 as SK even.
Here we go.
Now the truck forward should be done. 3.5 to the safe, and Foot takes set number 1.
Choo-choo, baby. The chuck pays off. Semantic knew it was an easy thing to get in there and find that extra 4% of damage. Now, I know you're not a huge fan of Meg, and fair enough. We can see now why she feels weak in some situations, because when she's out of mech, it creates a massive window for Semantic to go in. He had an outsized impact on that round. Not only is he getting safe damage, on the way in, he is blowing people up almost by accident.
Yeah, I mean, it was really nice. I think it was actually trying to get back into mech, and he just got caught on one of those train tracks, absolutely obliterated by Semantic. And as you say, getting damage in on the tracks, but when he lands, the damage coming from his shots as well is just absolutely massive.
And he got Chaos on the way out. That's so ridiculous. Here's the replay, of course. Semantic goes in. Yoshi takes a ton of damage here, and this is kind of how he's doing it. He got out alive, and then he rotates out with Drage. And they leave him behind as a constant threat and comes back in. That's so hard to deal with. What a comeback in that first map. I think that was really exciting. This, I think, was when the dirty work got done here. Semantic, so hard to catch, and finding that trade kill is huge.
I mean, I love the way he's set up here as well. One in that choke point, one in the mid choke point, and then coming through as well to get the damage on safe. And there you go. Apologize for your ears, guys, but we love to see it.
Here it is, it's your damage stats as this one unfolded. And a real huge amount of damage here on that SK side, right? You have that Meg, you have a lot of these brawlers that can really dish it out, but finishing the job against that hyper-mobile Chuck is no easy thing. And a couple times, like the Bonnie just jumps in, Lena in the back corner said, okay, well, we're gonna drag you back here. We're gonna force you to answer this, to address this threat. Even with the Griff opening the map up, it's not as if that didn't benefit Foot Esports to some degree as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I mean. You know, a Chuck goes out, another brawler replaces it, and that's what Inso was touching on just before the game. That's what I said. You know, Bonnie jumping in, making room, and they just switch in. They switch in, they switch out, and that's what Foot Esports are doing so well in that game. Against Crazy Raccoon, the team play seemed to take a bit of a hit against the mechanics of Crazy Raccoon. But SK just can't match those same mechanics, so I think they're kind of reforming themselves.
SK need to take a sidebar here. It's been a long year for that franchise, and at many points, there was the question of whether they would even be able to make it here. They have struggled. This rivalry has been something that has spurred them on, that has set that fire in their belly. I'm sure they were eagerly awaiting this kind of matchup, but with Crazy Raccoon so far ahead in this group, only one of these teams will be able to advance to tomorrow's play.
Well, pinhole punt in Brawl Ball draft should be coming up very, very shortly. We've seen both of these teams play against the might and the aggression of Crazy Raccoon and not able to stand up to it in Brawl Ball. Now they've got to play against each other and see if they have that same kind of energy. Bans being the Spike, the Squeak, and the Gale. Don't want to see any of those, or a couple of those hypercharges in there. And on the other side, the Lou, the Cordelias, and the Charlie. I mean, what can you expect? You know who's going to have the first pick. It's Foot Esports, and it's going to be an Otis.
Looking the Otis away is huge. Such a powerful duelist here, and has that ability to basically crush any matchup it's put in with the help of that mute. SK Gaming this could be the end of the line for them in this series if they cannot find a way to outfox it. See, Semantic looks very pleased. We've locked the Otis. He is loving it. This guy is a consummate showman. He's drinking it in from the crowd.
Yeah, well, SK's first pick should be coming around shortly. Gotta be something. Pretty solid to deal with this Otis, and it's going to be a buster. They're going to run that tank into the Otis. Seems like a bit of an odd thing to take first pick, especially with two. Remaining picks from Foot Esports. I mean, Rosa solid with that brawler. But SK Gaming still have this last pick and still have a lot to account for, but they're going to go with the Maisie. Another hypercharged brawler coming in, and it's been showing its face so much throughout this weekend, and it really has been proving itself as well.
Yeah, we saw Lenar pilot it in that last set of the Crazy Raccoon series, and he was able to put a lot of work in with it. Obviously, ultimately, it didn't end up quite being enough. But here we have it, headed into set 2. It's Brawl Ball, pinhole punt, already Semantic, barking orders down the line. I'm sure this FUT Esports team does not want to drop a single map to their perennial rivals as SK Gaming also fight to make it out of Group D.
A sweep would be the dream for FUT Esports, but that's no longer an option for SK Gaming. They're going to have to claw themselves back into this one. B starting things off strong with that Rattled Hive and a great connection onto the right, onto Chaos. Semantic versus Throphie in this left-hand side, going the way of Semantic so far, but Linane already dominating the right. That's why you take a Rosa, and that's why FUT are ahead.
I mean, from the very beginning of that round, Chaos is struggling. B is getting shots into that Ems, and Chaos has no impact. Montage has to be used here. Unfriendly bushes also popped in response by Lenar to slow things down for SK Gaming. They've lost Drage here, and Lenar's also fallen. These guys are going at it, hammer and tongs here. Semantic able to get the mute on Ope, but he will just walk it in.
Yeah, not going to mind too much about that. Add enough HP to be able to stroll that one straight into the goal. And the barricades from OP are doing so much. But Linane just playing it passive, not trying to be caught out by Chaos this time. And the slow straight onto Yoshi, but didn't really connect with anybody else and didn't get any value off it.
Yeah, Drage obviously the one that really wants to capitalize on that slower possible. But here comes Lenar. He's looking ferocious. Ope has to throw up the super. Drage at least picked off there. The Maisie got some value. Lenar considering walking it in here, but maybe too much damage down with the Caustic. Charisma getting thrown down. Slows up Lenar. He wants to get into those goals, but he's brought down.
Yeah, could have almost got 2 there if he just came a tile further. But OP does have this barricade once more, and that's what's been giving FUT these issues. Great slow into Chaos there, and it actually connects with OP as well. Keeps him right there behind that wall, not allowing him to push any further. Hypercharge coming from Maisie now does get a few shots off, but now Linane going into his super as well, tanking some damage. Ball in SK's pocket, so he can't really move it forward, and that's going to give FUT a chance to respawn and a chance to come back.
SK not in a position to capitalize over how that fight went here. Rattled Hive used by Drage, who's struggled a little bit now as Yoshi really looking to challenge the B's position. There's the shockwave. Yoshi able to cycle that one pretty comfortably. Pops a second. Lenar blown up from behind that unbreakable wall. Yoshi goes for it again. It's Chaos this time getting involved. Drage is in trouble. And here come SK Gaming.
The only chance we saw the hypercharge come through from Rosa was right at the end there, not getting the value required after that first goal. And SK made the adaptations after it went in. And they just defended so much better after that one. I mean, we saw some moments from FUT Esports, but SK Gaming just seemed like the dominant force in that last one.
You mentioned unfriendly bushes got popped there by Lenar. Then the follow-up wasn't there. The B wasn't getting involved. Drage unable to have much impact here. Let's run it back now for our second round in this set. Ope getting pummeled as Drage comes alive.
Yeah, more of the same here. Linane was ready to catch himself on that wall, but the stun available from Yoshi, not really wanting to feed him super. He gives him it, but he'll take the goal as a bit of a counter.
Yeah, look, Lenar stopped there for just a second, get 1 tick of health regen. Knew at 7k he would be able to walk it straight on in. Great fight there from FUT Esports. Great slow, and Drage capitalizes once more. Chaos by the wayside again.
Yeah, super veil from Linane as well, just working on that hypercharge now. If he gets that in the goal mouth, that's going to be dangerous for SK Gaming. Now just keeping them back, pinning them in spawn, and the mute available from Semantic as well. But you don't really want to go anywhere near this Maisie. Rattle Hive coming down to try bring some of them quite low, but not finding anything just yet, and runs out. Now Linane coming in with that super. Everything's going to have to be used to stop him here. He's catching himself on a wall several times. Great defense from SK Gaming there, regardless of everything Linane did.
Yeah, and they hold on to the shockwave here, but they're able to cycle it at least. Drage finds Yoshi. That might not be enough for FUT to be going on with now. Unfriendly bushes popped as soon as Lenar comes off spawn, and that's enough to catch it. Chaos. And I wanted to throw hands with Ope, but he respectfully backs up.
Yeah, wonderful communication from FUT there. Linane knowing that he could help his team out by getting that hypercharge available as well. But Linane choosing just to use that super as he knows he can dominate OP on it alone. Now, has that extra speed available. Yoshi's going to come in though, going to use it as well. Gets a few shots off, and the hypercharge shows its value, but Linane's showing itself on the left-hand side too.
Outplay!
Backing them off and knocking them back.
Nicely done, the Caustic Charisma slow, helping out Chaos there. Drage has to try and at least feign strength from this position to force SK back. Remember, FUT already have that goal in hand here. Yoshi able to use the gadget to get away from that shot from Semantic. Would have been a problem, and again Lenar falls to that super from the M's. Here come SK again, they're going forward. Shockwave should get the job done. Drage can only look on as the ball gets slotted.
35 seconds left then, 1-1. Overtime should be looming, but Drage definitely going to thrive heavily there, and SK Gaming are going to struggle. Now he's got that big shot available as well, going to use that forward. Lane looking for a super, needs a super here because the hypercharge is ready to roll. OP just sitting behind this wall here with his barricade, but what use is that if Lenane manages to get on top of him and gets going? Super there, hypercharge too, but knockback, slow, everything coming out of SK Gaming, but it's just not enough. Chaos Low trying to get it done, but the Drage is there. Shot comes through, and Brawl Ball's even.
That is the power of hypercharge. Semantic, we don't need to replace your tablet right now. Keep them hands away from it. He's feeling good about that one, and you can't blame him. In that first round, there wasn't enough time for the hypercharge to get built up. And we saw Foot struggle to bully their way in. But as soon as Lenar has it, he's full health, walks on up. It doesn't matter how many supers SK Gaming have. The power of that Rosa is undeniable. We jump it straight back in. It's one game apiece.
Rattle Hive showing its worth there as well. Drake getting some shots through, gets the slow as well, and he is amazing on this Brawl. Almost makes it 3, but Yoshi survives. There's still a gap, but Chaos respawning just in time.
Love that. Iron Hive to set up the follow-up shot. He already had hit Ope once, so he had an empowered one ready to go. That's perfect. Ball, though, well and truly in SK territory now as Foot want to poke them down. OP wants to create space with this montage here, but Drage has other ideas. Rattled Hive comes through, unfriendly bushes to slow Chaos and force him away.
The unfriendly bushes can be used quite well here. If OP doesn't really get out of this bush, he's going to choose to step out of it just in time. The name was ready to press that button, but now super comes forward from Yoshi. Believe he connects with 2 there, slows both as well. Fat Splatter almost getting him down. And Chaos uses a super, but not too much value out of it on the left there. Drage trying to find some connections. Don't want Amazy up close in your goal, so needs to keep them back.
Semantic knew he had to give up his life there, but what for is the question. Lenar caught in the middle of the map here, and this is looking a little scary now. A goal here would be massive, but the ball is slotted comfortably in Foot Esports territory. Drage, though, he will go down. There is no escape from that caustic charisma. 2 players up here for Foot to defend. The montage could be an issue. Lenar trying to buy a little bit of time, but there's still 3 players for SK Gaming, and they will not be denied. Burn a little bit of clock and get that ball in the net.
Yeah, Chaos gets his super just in time as well. As the ball goes in, his super ticks up, and that's 3 to their name. OP going to be able to use his shield early on, get Chaos into a bit more of a favorable position. Rattled Hive was bouncing off that barrier as well, and Lenane pushing forwards. Drage connecting some great shots. Semantic pitch in the left-hand side.
Hypercharge available.
Ready to go now. Super shot available too. The mute's there. Surely something's got to happen.
Yoshi muted, he's in trouble, here comes Lenar, and he's hungry! That's 2 for the Rosa now, and Chaos will be moved aside. Foot Esports, take your breath and make it an even game.
30 seconds on the clock. Foot Esports are definitely going to be ready to head into overtime here. The B, the Otis going to dominate, but Lenane not going to have the better times. Nice little unfriendly bushes there, gets Yoshi slowed down with Semantic, finding a few shots. Mute connects too. Lenane going forwards, but the super from Chaos chooses to hold his out.
Is that going to be enough? Lenar doesn't seem too bothered by it right now. Yoshi uses hypercharge for nothing at the start of this kickoff, and here he comes. Lenar again finds the 1 kill. He's so tanky. Ope can only look on from behind the montage, and now it's Yoshi. As time runs out, he will fall, and Foot Esports will get the job done.
Only just the risky pass to the right. I thought he was slotting that straight in the left with
hey,
a super.
Live dangerously or not at all, baby.
Exactly. But Foot Esports get the job done in set number 2 and move into a great position.
Drage here, taking a knee for just a moment. This is definitely the kind of series, although it's been short so far, that is gonna sap your energy. Semantic, though, is too busy making eyes at the crowd. Or is Lenar on your screen here, devastating on that Rosa. He's locked in.
Yeah, well, that man can pick his moment well, and every time he did, click that hypercharge. Everybody on the side of SK went down, and a goal was scored. Really, the main man, but I can't really just glaze over the fact that Drage played that B so well. It really was phenomenal. And I mean, this is literally the brawler he's known for, so you expect it. But still, watching him play it, it's just a treat.
No, I won't tell him you said nice things about him, okay?
Yeah, no,
I don't want to make you an easy target for him, okay? But yeah, stunning stuff. And really, again, getting a ton of information, of course, via that Iron Hive means it's easy to land those shots. Tough break for Ope here. Let's talk about the draft really quick. Does these M's really pay off in the end?
I mean, I feel like for the most part it did a good job, but when the Rosa gets in these offensive positions, the knockback just doesn't seem worth it. He always catches himself on a wall, and a player like Lenane knows how to play against that Ems.
Stunning work here, and as the overtime came down, it was basically over. Drage, though, yeah, another second inside that gas cloud could have been the end of him. And that's your boy, Semantic. Looks like he's feeling pretty good right now, still soaking it in. And why wouldn't you? SK Gaming now definitely in the doldrums. They have been unable to win a set so far here at World Finals.
Yeah, look at that, 11 kills to Drage's name. OP sitting there on 1, the singular kill for OP, and 177 to his name as well. It's just not the performance we're kind of expecting in a World Finals caliber team.
Yeah, SK Gaming need more. The composition was pretty powerful. You said you're okay with the M's. They also had the Maisie, of course, to play with. The Buster, maybe a questionable choice, getting picked first, no less. But we digress. As we head over to Hot Zone now, it's now or never for SK Gaming.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we can predict the Lu ban right now because it's going to be gone. If that slips through, I feel bad for the team playing against it because that is a very, very solid brawl. A single Hot Zone as well just puts it even further in the meta.
Ton of options, though. We've seen Bell on this map. Of course, the Spike occasionally. Mr. P has been used here already. Tara to some degree. Lu banned out. Yep, Bell banned out. No surprises there. Lola also taken away. Yeah, no one wants to deal with that Rosa anymore. 8-bit, though, will be the selection. Very sturdy, very high damage selection for Yoshi.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have been looking towards the Pam, looking towards the Carl, and I think that was, mainly STMN and Zeta Division earlier on in the day, and that Carl play that Gero did, it's made me feel like that brawler is just, it should just be a staple here because that is really, really solid. They're going to go with the Eve, they're going to go with the Colette though, and I don't mind the Eve, if you're going to take Colette, I feel like you've got to kind of bring it along with it because it's just such a good counter to that, to that Colette.
And already you're looking at a 10,000 HP brawler in 8-bit, right? So even if there's no true tanks selected by SK Gaming, you can get value there. I also think that the hypercharge for Colette definitely makes it feel much better, even if you don't see a fully tanky comp on the other side of things. The flexibility for Eve to go where she needs to, especially just put pressure on single-shot brawlers with that super, is also a powerful option. Buster, again, we picked up here for SK.
I mean,
2 tanks into Colette. Okay.
That's what I was thinking as well. Into Colette, not the easiest of matchups. At least the Rosa's banned out this time as that kind of saving grace for SK Gaming playing that Buster. Definitely makes it that little bit easier. There's still a lot of brawlers that can do a good enough job against it. But I kind of feel like FUT Esports still searching for a mid here that can play into this 8-bit. And whether or not you kind of just go something quite aggressive, bring in a Stu, something like that to try and evade it and get within range of some of these brawlers and also evade the shots and the pulls of that Buster.
What? This drafting from SK is on another planet.
I haven't seen Penny in like a solid maybe 5 months in competitive, to be honest with you. But into the Eve, into those babies coming through, spawning in, it can really do some damage if you stand behind them.
Okay, how does FUT Esports answer the Penny? A ton of fun, and of course, that persistent pressure as well, and she's able to deploy super in a safe place. Obviously, no throwers on the side of FUT Esports, so getting rid of that super turret, pretty unlikely. So we take a thrower instead. It's going to be Barley.
Oh, Barley, though. Like, yeah, bring a throw in to deal with the Penny, of course, but Barley on this map, I feel like, is such a wild pick as well.
Comps are bizarre, Trav.
Yeah, no, I'm really not sure. I imagine Colette's going to be playing through that mid against that 8-bit. It's going to have a bit of a tough time once that speed starts coming through thanks to the super. But at the same time, it is a very good matchup, and especially against that Buster too.
Penny's still a powerful option, right? She's very effective at range, of course, firing into chokes. But if they close the gap on you as Penny, you can throw that salty barrel down and still benefit from your shots splitting up. Here we go, SK Gaming. It better hope this draft keeps them alive in a series, because it is, as I said, now or never, as Anar confidently steps forward here to take some early percentage.
Getting the first glimpses of percentage here, and a nice heal coming through from Drage early on with that healing tonic. Dotchi Gadget was used by the name, but didn't find any connection, so good job, Drage helped him out. Going to be seeing these spawners coming in. Different star power than usual from Semantic. Going to see these babies spawning in if he hits that final egg. And Chaos pushes maybe too aggressive and falls low.
Lenar getting some great shots here on Ope, who needs to take a sidebar now as the damage amplifier has been deployed. Another healing tonic now just to let Lenar hang around for a little bit longer. The spawners come out here. Lenar goes in for that time to collect, really just forcing Chaos back for the time being. Drage is being liberal with those heals.
I mean, SK, where are you? 50%, it's a mid versus mid fight, and then not stepping foot on the zone, not even a toe on it until OP moves forward, and he doesn't get anything from it. Down he goes, last call from Drage coming in as well, throws it out, and just completely covers this mid portion of the map. Semantic there to assist as well, just waiting for Lenane to come back, and Hypercharge ready to go.
SK Gaming need to wake up. They step up to the point now for the time being, but Yoshi does not want to hang around inside that last call, so as Lenar comes forward, Hypercharge at the ready. Ope still fancies a bit of a fight, though. Is going to be able to draw him in there with that slow-mo replay. So SK back on the point for now. A more aggressive damage amplifier thrown down by Yoshi here. Semantic pushes him with those hatchlings. Another Mon charge, but Ope being circumvented by Drage, throwing over his head to get rid of the damage amp.
So how long's that damage amp gonna last when you've got that Eve, that Colette being able to get some shots through, and the Super should come in shortly as well, gets through them. Gotcha Gadget gotta be following in shortly, but don't think there's any left. Super brings him down, and this is getting close now as SK start to claw it back. 20% behind, but still, it's a possibility.
They wait out the healing tonic to some degree. Now there's none of that available here for Foot Esports. And now with the time to collect, though, was able to at least take Ope down. There's gonna be hatchlings on the scene in just a moment. Another Colette Super to find Yoshi. Hypercharge pop. Lenar wants to go in, but he's a little bit too low. It's 94% for SK Gaming at some point. Foot Esports are going to have this one wrapped up. SK have got to get in there, and so they do. They wipe Foot off the map, and now they have control.
Rage coming back in, but it's him against the world here. Nothing going to happen. And Penny showing its worth with the splash when they're all in the zone in the mid versus mid fight. Penny's always going to come out on top.
Devastating there for Semantic as that super shot from Penny's turret comes in and flattens him just when they needed him in the fight. What patience from SK Gaming. We were questioning their strategy at the start of that round. They really stay back off the point, poking down, forcing Drage to part with those gadget charges.
You can't blame him for it as well. Same for Lenane too. Uses these gotcha gadgets, but he needs hits whilst doing it too to get the heals back, and he's doing a good job of it now, pushing them all the way back to the spawn. And this looks like an even better start for Foot.
Playing out similarly in that sense though to last time. Ope building up that super, of course, now creates that space. Yoshi steps up. They really want to get as much incremental percentage behind those supers as they can. Another heal has to be popped here, but Semantic gets the better of Ope. Now without your Buster, you could be in trouble. They're not happy to expend a super on getting rid of the damage amp.
Yeah, so without your Buster, you're in trouble. Without your turret, you're dead. That's the thing, so he's going down.
Ooh, man.
Lenane going to come back as well, but the splash not going to be there as Penny not in the mix. Buster going to be deal with him quite quickly. Last call straight down the mid. More of the same from last game, but Foot Esports want a different result this time.
She has the range, though. He's able to play from behind that last call and get at least some damage to force Drage back again. Chaos always threatening from the right-hand side, but has been quiet for much of these rounds. Here's the hypercharge for Lenar is going in. My good, the damage is real. It'll be a trade in the end now as the hatchling's coming in, and Yoshi's going to get left upon. Tough gig for him. Cheat cartridge gets him out, but the hatchlings, they come for him.
And no turret as well as Drage quickly sweeps that up. More spawn.
92.
Everything's going down. 93 now as we get closer to a Foot Esports match point. Last call, and Foot Esports match point.
Oh, brother. Mere inches away from victory are Foot Esports. And Semantic is keeping that energy high. That was how they wanted to start. This time, Foot Esports never take their foot off the gas.
SK, something needs to happen. I mean, they're one game away from staying alive. It can't be that bad. But Foot Esports have been looking good throughout this entire set. Different strategy, though, as now we take lanes for the side of SK.
Now, Ope really extending now, of course. Going with the Buster to the right-hand side. Tries to draw Drage in with that gadget here as Yoshi now trying to hold mid on his own. That's a big order. And it'll be forced away by the last call.
Yeah, healing now is Foot Esports and Semantic. Gonna have these babies coming, gives them a bit more time to heal up. The splash through does connect with Lenane. Chaos low once more, but Super coming out of him now and almost goes down upon return. But OP not having the best of times. Now bouncing back some shots. Semantic, but the heals are there as well.
Yeah, a lot of zoning going on here by Yoshi. Ope now pushing into the bushes. He's swapping between those lanes, trying to keep Lenar as quiet as possible. He'll have to back away now. They can play from within that zone until Semantic removes the damage amp. 27 plays 34. SK behind, but definitely within striking distance.
Yeah, Lenane surely going down there. Little auto-aim there from Chaos to bring him to his knees. Close game, this one. Much closer than the games before, but Semantic getting some great shots onto Yoshi here. Actually wanting the turret over the kill. Now Super from Lenane. Pull back from Ope. No escape, but Gotcha Gadget keeps him in it anyway.
Yeah, that durability from time to collect, that star power is very important. Lenar's able to stay in it, and our Foot Esports are threatening to get into the lead. Chaos forced away from the left-hand side by Drage, who really collapsed towards mid. and now Foot have the lead.
Well, only narrowly as SK start to push back. Little lane swap, but all three of them in a spot here. Do not want to get hit by any shots. Now got Gadget being used. Lenane's going to use the super forwards, but actually got pulled in and stopped him from using it. Chaos cleans up around the right-hand side, and now this is an SK game to win.
Yeah, it's back and forth as the pendulum swings, and SK gain them, find themselves with a lead. First order of business, get rid of the damage amp. Lenar does so. Yoshi, though, still hits hard without that super. Will throw yet another one down on Lenar, goes in straight away. Chaos, though, loses his turret, but gets the kill. 96 and counting here. SK Gaming, they've got themselves in the game. Finally, they come alive.
Long road ahead of them, but they've started walking at least. Now getting closer and closer to Foot. They looked so confident for the first couple of games, but SK, they're clawing the way back. They're starting to make moves, and they really needed to.
We thought the draft was kind of sussy from both sides, if I'm honest with you. We didn't quite understand the penny. Weren't sure exactly about the weird setup that Foot came in with either. They looked strong in the early rounds, making use of that healing, the sustainability between the Gotcha Gadget and the healing tonic. They can hang around on that point for quite some time. But once those expire, that's when they're most vulnerable. And they had problems dealing with that 8-bit.
Yeah, I mean, it really was quite difficult. Don't feel like we saw the value out of Lenane as we did in that second game in the third. It just didn't seem the same, and SK, they definitely took a bit of a different approach. Off the start, not triple mid. They didn't want to go for that anymore. They started playing down those lanes, busted down the right, Penny down the left, and that 8-bit through the mid, and it did start to work better off the start. And then from there, they just got some wins, and Buster, you know, he chose his moments to use those gadgets really nicely. When Lenane wanted to do something, he shut it out.
Yeah, and I mean, we actually saw the Buster switch to the left lane after that as well. So Ope, I think, identifying, I need to be him right now. I need to push up on these sides of the map and make sure that someone like Drage or Lenar, for example, cannot get comfortable and just sit and fire shot after shot into our backside as we try and contest the point. Really impressed with this. I don't know if I really see the value proposition still of that penny, but the execution with that, you know, slightly off the wall composition from SK Gaming, it can't be doubted, especially in the face of this. I mean, the sheer amount of damage put out here by Foot, combined with those eliminations, you think they would have run away with this, but that was not the case. Finally, SK Gaming get on the board in this grudge match.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, in Hot Zone, it's one of those game modes where, you know, kills and DPS usually do mean a lot more than other ones, because if you're getting the kills, you should be standing on the zone, and that's the thing, you should have the control. But for esports, after that first game, when they started to be, you know, kind of dominated by SK Gaming, they didn't seem to have that same kind of, you know, I'll just go on the zone, even if it's for just a couple of percent. They just needed that full control to do it, and I think that was maybe a little bit of an issue.
We're headed over to Knockout next, folks. It'll be out in the open. Expect to see many of those sharpshooters heavily contested. I'm curious to see how it plays out here. Big turnout for SK Gaming, of course. Massive fan base. I'm sure they're getting loud right now, seeing them finally get themselves into this game. Let's talk bans here. Gene, of course, taken away here. Meg RT banned out. And then Piper and Nani. SK don't want to deal with sharpshooters at all.
Well, Eve returning once more for Foot Esports, going to use that same brawler once again. And obviously on this map, levitating over that left-hand side on the water is a real big helping hand. And just getting yourself into a good position without having to wall break, without having to do anything. You know, if you don't want to take Brock, if you don't want to take a wall break, if you don't want to take Carl, then Eve's the answer.
Yeah, just go around. You can kind of get a feeling for what Foot are looking for, getting Gene out of the picture here. Obviously, a potentially very powerful tank counter to draw them in. It also means that anyone with Gene can kind of just bide their time, work that super into play, and then cause problems. Okay, Brock picked up here. So SK take a lot of the long-range brawlers away and snatch themselves up one for themselves. But in this day and age of modern Brawl Stars, you can't ban every sniper. It's not possible here. So Foot Esports do have those options.
Well, I mean, Brock going to be able to even the playing field. Eve can levitate over that water, but SK can now just break up and walk straight through anyway. 8-bit on this map, I feel that's a very, very NA approach to something like this. You know, 8-bit is...
is that in the derogatory sense?
I don't know at this point. I'll see how it plays out, because I genuinely don't really know if it's something that can, you know, really thrive on a map like this. Yes, well, we've seen it work on Shooting Star and stuff like that, which is a very open map, similar to this. But, you know, there's certain moments where it just can't withstand the pressure. Again,
kind of like grey comps, you could do some, you know, funky stuff, of course, with cheat cartridges. That's where you want to go. We may not even see that being the gadget of choice here for Yoshi, but oh, who let Lou through? Oh dear. Drake is salivating at the prospect of bringing Lou into the fold here, and that's definitely something SK are going to have to be wary of.
It really is, and especially with something like an 8-bit. You know, if you don't have that turret TP back to, and you're going to be caught out in that hypercharge. I mean, yes, it's going to be difficult to get the hypercharge across, you know, sometimes only 2 rounds. But if it goes to that 3rd and he's getting some good connections, then he should be able to grasp it. Mandy,
okay, the sharpshooters, like I mentioned, there is a deep roster of them here. Foot Esports were maybe watching what STMN were up to. We're like, hey, we can do that too.
I do like the Mandy here. I think it's pretty solid. And, you know, there's only a few points where you can walk through. And usually, you know, if you're breaking, you're walking through that wall. If you've got a Mandy super, just beam it down from spawn and hope for the best.
I mean, realistically, SK don't have any hard engage at all. So it's pretty hard to put pressure on that Mandy. She might just be able to stand around at times. I will say that the Brock, obviously the incendiary fields make it kind of hard to, you need to keep moving. The Sprout coming out now from SK Gaming can definitely lock up some parts of this map if they're able to push forward and trap your opponents on their side of the map.
I mean, I don't know why, but I feel like the drafts are just so weird between these two teams. It's like...
Isn't this a classic Chaos Brawler, though?
Yeah, I know he does play the Sprout incredibly, but I just feel like there's certain brawlers that we just haven't seen in a while on these kind of maps that are being brought back. And yes, they're not bad brawlers on the maps, but it seems a bit of a rogue pick.
Yeah, okay. Well, we are packed to capacity here at DreamHack. Everyone turning up to see how this grudge match goes. Make some noise, DreamHack, as we head now to knockout.
Well, SK Gaming starting off with that wall break, and Samantha just starting off by levitating over this water. And then just trying to use this range advantage. As Chaos pushing forwards, going to be able to block off some of these choke points at some point, and the rocket fuel from OP gets a great connection.
Yeah, not looking to break the wall on the right-hand side. Much of it unbreakable now on the left anyway. Lenar finds Ope, though. The value is getting accrued. Lenar standing still here, knowing that Chaos needs to move quickly. But from behind the wall, Drage gets plucked out there. Lenar can obviously stand inside this loot super. And he's going for it now in a 1 versus 2. He's in deep trouble.
I mean, they managed to get the win, but I'm not sure about that. It was a 2v3 at some point in favor of Foot Esports, and they still managed to get down to a 1v2 in favor of SK Gaming. Now Chaos has this wall as well, should be able to block off this pathway through for Semantic and dominate the other sides. Does actually not really manage to get it done, but that's one choke point that he's going to be able to push through, but looks like he might be waiting it out.
Yeah, that hedge did not stop Semantic here. He's able to push through it pretty well, so Chaos transplants it away. Now to the left-hand side, Drage will have his sight line compromised. And Semantic will struggle to push up against the 8-bit who's swapped over to the right.
And then taking a few shots to the face, same with Rage as well. Chaos going to transplant it once again, throw it back down and stop Mandy from moving. Now one pathway through, and they're going to have to start moving soon as the gas should start creeping in. Semantic trying to make the play, but has to use a jump to dodge that rocket fuel coming in from OP.
Sprout is creating artificial 3v2s at times here by cutting off at least one sight line for Foot Esports. At some point, they're going to have to think about going for it, but they've lost Rage here. The Lou is off the map. Lenar has that super available, sends it, but it's going to be Yoshi using the cheat cartridge to get out of the way. Looks like it wouldn't have connected anyway, and the gas starts to encroach.
I mean, down they go. It's a 1v2. Semantic cannot get the job done. SK Gaming take it, and now one game away from evening the score.
Starting to see the proof of concept for the Sprout on this map. You have 3 holes to poke through when you have the Eve on your side. And constantly Chaos is shutting down one of them, meaning artificially a player advantage is being created as one of those Foot Esports players has to sit there and wait for the hedge to disappear.
Well, wall break instantly again, rocket fuel from OP. Lenane standing still, just trying to get that extended range and obviously being so useful. Rocket fuel to now break some of that grass as well. OP doing such a good job in these later few sets. Drage really having a tough time of finding any supers at all, never mind a hypercharge.
Yeah, Drage definitely been given the hot foot right now. Needs to stay on the move, but there it is. Lenar ducks Ope. And finally, Foot have a player advantage to work with again.
For the first time in pretty much forever in this set. Samantha going to have to jump away now and obviously landing on that water, able to get out. But this 3v2, it might be short-lived if Chaos can find some good shots here. Needs to find a wall to be able to make something happen. And Semantic just trying to push this right-hand side. Yoshi, we haven't seen much from him, but it's just been... all he's been doing is just locking people off, keeping Semantic away.
Still almost the same amount of health across both these teams at max HP for those brawlers. Bear that in mind, but less firepower now as Yoshi is dancing. Drage descends. Lenar looking for Chaos now to get the job done. He bounces a space carrot off the wall. Well, that's all he can bring.
Yeah, well, he wanted the gas to come in a bit sooner, but Drage got his super anyway. Now we actually have that turret from Yoshi as well. Managed to work for that, but Linane has this Mandy Super, and that can be dangerous. Out it goes, finds Chaos, but not getting the kill. Baby's coming in for the first time in a while from Semantic as well, and Chaos just not being hit by them. OP deals with them quite swiftly, but this Lu Super can be dangerous.
And now hoping to get rid of that turret, I think, but it's going to be almost impossible to get rid of the damage amp now with where it's placed. Leonardo sat still, focused up here. Dre's creates the space in order for Leonardo to play more statically on that left-hand side. Here's a hedge to cut off some of this sight line. Chaos moves up behind it.
Yeah, Semantic finds some great shots onto OP. No jump out with the rocket laces as he's got the rocket fuel gadget. Chaos now trying to find Semantic, but he's having to run away, running for his life.
He got what he came for, though. That's a huge elimination now, and Foot looked to try and even up the set. Leonardo goes for the super. No connection. Hoping maybe Chaos moved back into it, but Drage couldn't force him southward on the map. Semantic, though, returns to the fray. Yoshi Low has to use the cheat cartridge to get back to that damage amp. Now is at 930. Eventually, he must succumb, and Chaos is a popsicle.
Linane survived for so long there and kept Foot Esports in that. If he goes down, all control is lost. The left-hand side would have fell, and Foot surely would have fell along with them as well. But now, match point for Foot Esports.
Crucially, SK Gaming still have the possibility of embarking upon this reverse sweep attempt, but they've got to be frustrated being unable to clean up the set. There, it all comes down to this game.
Well, similar start to the rest as OP breaks up the rest of what is really trying to go. Ball comes down and Chaos, as you say, makes it pretty much a 3v2.
No, I mean, there's nothing Luke can do here. He just waits. He doesn't want to group up and end up, getting splashed by those Brock rockets here, so he has no choice but to sit around. Then hopes to try and get somewhere here, but Foot are completely shut down by this Sprout pick right now, and that means Chaos could start to move up behind the hedge and throw some of these shots.
Linane's going to fall, surely there it hits now. Drage almost dead as well, and he's all just surviving, but Semantic should be close behind him. SK make it happen. Set number 5 inbound.
An instant classic here between SK Gaming and Foot Esports. And now there are two options. Foot Esports hold off a resurgent SK Gaming, or they suffer a reverse sweep at the hands of their most dire of rivals.
SK take that one. But Foot Esports very much still in the game, so back and forward between these two teams. And this set will be the accumulation of all the games they've played each other across the year. And there's been so many. At the moment, Foot are in the lead, but this is the important one.
Not just the games. Every word between these two teams, every decision that's affected these players. Like Semantic being dropped, Dre's talking mad smack. Yeah, SK Gaming, they knew they had a score to settle when they came here today. And with both teams falling to Crazy Raccoon, it really set the stage for an absolute blockbuster. What a way to close out the day. Semantic getting frustrated. This is the double-edged sword of a loud, emotional player. When things are going good, yeah, you're hyped up. When they're bad, you can get frustrated, you can get snappy. Foot need to get it together here. Got pretty outplayed again by this Sprout pick.
OP has had a point to prove throughout this year after he departed from that Foot Esports roster earlier on. Same thing, kill-wise, yeah, it's knockout. The team with more kills is going to be able to take the wins. 6-3-5 for SK Gaming, 2-4-2 for the side of Foot.
And again, at all times, at least one of these Foot players literally has nothing to shoot at. They're stuck behind a hedge, having to wait for it to dissipate. Extremely frustrating indeed, but there's no way to get around it. They don't have environmental, they don't wall break, they have none of that. Semantic's often forced to jump backwards on their right-hand side, getting pressured down. We're going to double swoosh with the decider. That is picante.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this map, and I'm a big fan of this one being the decider between these two teams. Double swoosh in Gem Grab is going to be a huge, huge set for both of these teams. One of them will be going out today, and one of them will be progressing for the chance to become the world champion.
So much rests upon this draft. They've been pretty tough for us to read so far, with some definitely rogue picks, as you put it, Trav. But one thing's for sure, both these teams have had the right idea at differing moments throughout this series. And SK Nation turning up in a big way now. The arena starting to reach fever pitch.
Well, should be getting into the draft shortly. As we start now, Sandy, Shelly, and Rosa are SK's bans. For esports, no surprises here. Sandy, Lou, and Charlie all banned out as SK are going to have the first pick.
And no one wants to take the risk of getting randomly stunned by a Sandy hiding in the bushes. And I mean, that sandstorm covering the parts of the map that aren't already vegetated. Not something you want to deal with, but vision is key. Tara picked up that Psychic Enhancer to give the information of who's lying in wait in those bushes. SK Gaming value that most of all.
Well, Foot for the next 2 picks, but I do like that Tara. Whether you use the Psychic Enhancer or whether you use the support from beyond, both absolutely viable on a map like Double Swoosh. So many bushes, so much vision needed. But the vision gear definitely helps out with that more nowadays. And Foot Esports have got to find themselves a good answer, whether they want to try and take a mid early on, one of the better mids, or try play down some of these lanes. They're going to take the Nita. I don't mind it. I really do like that bear coming in. It can surprise quite a few people on a map like this.
Again, having another body that can really put pressure down that does an absolutely non-negligible amount of damage. It might be a Lenar pick here, of course, as the tank aficionado, the Grey. Oh, we are piling into those dimensional doors, Trav.
And I like it as well. Whether you're picking up a kill, whether you're trying to get away with some gems, Grey can make that happen. SK Gaming back for 2 picks. And then Foot will have that decisive one. The final, last pick of the group stage of the second day of the Brawl Stars World Finals. SK Gaming need a mid. They're going to need another lane along with it as well. Tanks might not be an option with Nita coming in, but Gale is going to be their first pick.
Love that. You get a disengage option there when, you know, you see Foot Esports running at you through that dimensional door, and Jackie as well. It's a pick that Foot tend to covet themselves, but this gives you so many options. You've got great durability up close and personal. That crowd control that Jackie can offer is also nothing to sniff at. I like this a lot. Coach Pedro be cooking back there. And now Foot Esports need to figure out how to answer this. Range is definitely an issue for SK Gaming's roster, but this is Double Swoosh. Less of a concern than other more open maps.
And Rosa taken off the table. Oh, Cordelia's going to be the pick from Foot Esports. If you need to deal with a tank, that is the man to do it. Rosa was obviously taken off the table by SK Gaming, possibly even expecting to take that Jackie as their last pick and not allowing Foot Esports to have that counter. Cordelius comes in to round out Foot's picks.
Well, there you have it. It all ends here. SK Gaming, Foot Esports, one more time into the breach. This time, it's for all the marbles. Pedro trying to up the energy here as well. Deadly focus on the faces of SK Gaming. Foot Esports also have their heads down now. Let's get it on. It's time for Double Swoosh.
Double right-hand side from Foot Esports, trying to surprise them. Instant walking cane and a bit of wall break, and a bit of grass break, I should say, there on OP. Just waiting it out, trying to find someone in these bushes. Semantic's the first to be hit, and it is Psychic Enhancer.
All of Foot now revealed to SK Gaming, and Chaos might see an opportunity here. Drage, obviously not the most durable of brawlers, so dimensional doors away. Lenar, of course, with that shield gear looking pretty durable himself now. Walking cane opens up some more of that map on the left-hand side. So far, Semantic is kept pretty quiet. Couple connections on a Yoshi, another Psychic Enhancer now. As Chaos wants to capitalize, he's going forward, but Lenar drags him to the underworld.
Yeah, Drake's going to find that kill as well. Lene not going to be able to do much in this realm as Chaos does bring him down. Semantic having a tough time on the right-hand side against Yoshi as well. But with Drake having these 7 gems, it gives them that buffer. Semantic should pick that up, but the counter crush gets the trade.
Lenar here getting punished by much of this damage from Ope, but he's so low, Lenar just needs the one shot. Onto Yoshi, drags him in the Shadow Realm here, but snaps up a couple of those extra gems. Ope falls, he drops 2 behind him. This is dangerous for SK Gaming now.
A lot of that ammo wasted on the bear as well, and up comes the gem. Lenane can remain aggressive as Semantic gets another one from the spawner. SK need to push. They've got time, 10 seconds on the clock, and now they're coming forward.
Drage sitting in the back with plenty of gems to work with. Semantic tries to make the cheeky play. The dimensional door's up. Drage can get out if he needs to. He's slowed. The gems are spilled. And the countdown is reset, but SK can't hang around. They've got other fish to fry. Semantic will be dealt with now as they stand in the middle of the map.
They needed one, and Chaos doubted himself. OP coming forwards, wants another pull, but the bear TP straight in, and the stun's doing nothing so far. Chaos needs to make a push. 6 seconds. Lenane has all the gems. Now he comes in, the pull, but he gets the jump. Bear on them, but SK have all the gems now.
Drage can only look on as those gems head to the other side of the map. He's chasing, he's running, he's trying to catch them, but Chaos Gets brought down by Lina. Here's the gravity. Hold straight in place. 5 seconds left now. Gems drop, but Yoshi has 10. He's trying to dodge these shots. 1 second, and Yoshi survives. SK, they're on the board here in Gem Grab.
What looked like a foot game turns quickly to SK's match point. One more needed for them. Foot about to be reverse swept.
Unbelievable scenes here. A quiet and calm SK Gaming shrug off those first 2 sets and they get it together. What a conclusion. Now it's on the line. Foot Esports staring down a match point from SK.
Well, a slow start from both teams once more. Walking Kane's not going to be finding OP this time. The grass remains up in that mid. Nita going to be focusing a lot more on this Jackie this time, but he finds the early kill. Chaos takes the lead for SK.
Yoshi also running rings around Lina there. Trace was at least able to get out with 2 gems, but SK have that slight lead. Semantic just able to get outside that Jackie super, staying alive for now. Gale Force comes in, but Semantic, the bear, claims iChaos.
Well, Yoshi almost going down now. Realm is the 1v1 versus Yoshi here. Drage claiming some gems, OP around this left-hand side. Not really a lot from that, but Linane stopped himself from going down at least.
Psychic Enhancer once more. Spots Drage and Semantic as usual in his ancestral position on the right-hand side. Chaos wins out again, but must trade once more. Semantic forced away. Looking threatening as Yoshi did not want to deal with the bear. And OP returns with those 5 gems in hand. It's an even game.
Well, TP's there as well. The pull in from Chaos tries to get OP in the realm, but goes down before the connection is made. Pull there, but the TP from Drage is available too. Still set up in case that pull comes forward. They do have the lead, and it's still match point.
Chaos has been so good on this left-hand side, Trav. Semantics had to swap out of that lane, and he can't get to grips with Yoshi either. This could go badly for Foot. The Nina pick maybe not working out. The bear deploy gets slapped on in, and SK Gaming flattened 2 players from Foot. Again, Drage can't get involved.
Linane trying to find the realm. He needs a 1v1 with OP here to be able to bring this back, but now has a gem. Finds it, gets the realm onto him. Can he win this 1v1? All of SK circle him to pick up these gems that are going to be dropped. Hypercharge there. Yoshi claims them all, and Chaos gets the kill. Countdown starts, but Foot take the gems back and even it out.
Yoshi able to get back. This is not the ideal gem carrier for you, though. Gale is short range, can't really get involved at these fights at longer distances. Gravity pop, no connection here from OP, but Semantic's gonna fall down here. Gem still in the hands of SK Gaming. Shadow Realm for iChaos. That wasn't who Lina wanted. He needs to get closer to Yoshi, but SK Gaming, kings of old, return to lay their claim once more. They conquer their rivals. Look at them get across the stage. They're in the faces of Foot Esports. What do you have to say now?
Goodbye to Foot Esports, and SK will be seeing day 3 of the Brawl Stars World Championship 2023 as Chaos waves goodbye. Foot Esports knocked out.
They struggled at the start of this year to find their footing. Gia wasn't the option. They tried Jetten as well. They brought Ope over from Foot Esports. They fail to have success midway through the season. They get taunted by Foot Esports. Have fun at LCQ, they said. Well, SK did just that. They used it as experience, as practice, and for fuel to come back here to finally have the last laugh.
The reverse sweep completed. SK Gaming feeling good about that sweet, sweet revenge. Drage's words, fuel for SK.
It doesn't get any better than this. One of the most compelling stories of the EMEA region here in 2023 comes to its conclusion. But of course, for SK Gaming, the road is far from done. Let's get real for a moment. They struggled against Crazy Raccoon. They'll have a lot more work to do, but they will be advancing to tomorrow's games. They'll have a shot at the throne one way or another.
Yeah, exactly. A single elimination tomorrow as well, so no more chances for them. Tough opponents lie in that bracket. Really, really tough opponents. I mean, they got a lot more to prove, as you said. Crazy Raccoon still dominate them. They didn't stand a chance in that matchup, but at least now they have a chance in day 3.
iChaos reminding us why he was one of the most celebrated players in all of Europe. The Jackie play was absolutely sublime, but let's not forget that Sprout play that really catapulted SK into a position to potentially take the series away. Foot Esports, they're driven by emotion, right? For better or for worse. It looks like they run out of energy. They run out of composure right where it really matters.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as you say, those emotional players on a high, they're living the dream, but on a low, they're just losing it out. And it's not good for FUT Esports when that is the play. See, on that one, FUT Esports should have taken the first game, but a big turnaround from SK Gaming in the closing seconds. 2 big resets was enough for them to take it home.
How do you feel about that, Nita? Looked like a risky pick, and as soon as I saw Semantic rotate out of that Jackie lane, I thought that seemed like a concession already to me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the Nita just didn't have the range required to be able to deal with what SK were bringing to the table. And don't get me wrong, SK's composition wasn't long range by any means, but the Nita just didn't really seem to do too much.
That's a struggle. Look at that emotion. That is months and months of struggle, of hardship, of having to try and silence the haters, the doubters. What a story for SK Gaming. iKaos and Yoshi, incredible stuff. Ope really coming alive towards the end of the set here. The drafting at times confused us, eluded us, but they were cooking. They were onto something here. SK Gaming makes some great choices in the pick and ban of those last couple of sets. It's a well-deserved victory. It's one that's built on the academic basis from the coaching side and then the execution from these players. What a complete showing from SK Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the draft confused us at some points, but if it works, it works. And clearly for SK Gaming, it does. And that is something that they really have thrived on. Their drafts may have been weird, may have been odd at some points, but the win's what matters.
So we're talking about the road ahead, I think, a bit more for this SK team because, yeah, they can't feel like they've played their grand final just yet. Coming out of this group, not in first place, tends to mean you get paired up against a top seed from another group. So that's a frightening prospect indeed. Let's not forget, North America are 6-0 at Worlds right now. Crazy Raccoon untouched, so keep that in mind as we go forward. Let's talk about our MVP here from this match. I got my choice. I don't know how you voted online. Yep, that's correct. Gold star for all of you. It's iKaos coming out with the honors. What a Giga Chad.
Yeah, I mean, he really was the player in that game. Flipped so many games on its head, made huge plays, and was the one who kind of ran away with all the gems at the end there. Really did pull through for SK Gaming and got the win when it mattered.
Yeah, he warned Drage. He said, watch out. When you're down and you're feeling getting beaten back, I want you to remember all the smack you talked to us, you know, over the months here. And I think they'll be experiencing that right now. Let's talk Group D, and let's see how our final group stage has evolved. I'll be honest, while we're hyped up about this storyline, Crazy Raccoon absolutely slapped SK and FUT around in those 2 games. They were very, very quick. We saw the Tensai Max. It was stunning. It was a throwback. It was everything you could expect from that East Asia region. Trav, SK Gaming and FUT, though, they gave us quite a finale to the day.
Yeah, I mean, the ending was good. I mean, the build-up, you know, where they both get swept by Crazy Raccoon in a pretty swift fashion gives me absolute hope that Crazy Raccoon will be able to do it, and Tensai may be able to get his 3P.
Oh, man. It's exciting stuff here. That's your Group D out of the way. Don't forget, 2 teams advance from each of these groups, and here is your bracket. Look at these. Luminosity Gaming versus Zeta Division. We get Crazy Raccoon going up against Reply Totem. They'll have to step up in a big way. STMN, Revenant, and how about this one? Tribe Gaming, SK Gaming. We've called many games El Clasicos in the past. This one, though, a true titan of cross-region play. That rivalry between NA and EU is going to play out in 2 different matches tomorrow.
I mean, if SK Gaming make it through this first round, they'll have had their share of revenge for the next 5 years, I think, to be honest with you, because Tribe Gaming have beaten time and time again. They managed to deal with FUT Esports here today, which was their biggest rival throughout this year, but on an international stage, Tribe Gaming has always been the team to put a stop to SK.
Absolutely, and they have their eyes set more so on Crazy Raccoon. They have a score to settle after getting ejected in 3rd and 4th place last year by that Zeta Division team. Let's set our eyes towards our Championship Sunday, the final day of play here, the Brawl Stars World Finals 2023. We'll be kicking off with our quarterfinal one. It'll be Luminosity versus Zeta Division, then Crazy Raccoon versus Reply Totem. Can these East Asian juggernauts continue to sweep the competition aside? It's a confident STMN going up against a Revenant Esports who had to fight tooth and nail to get out of that Group A. And then Tribe Gaming, SK Gaming. Just how far does this Cinderella run go for SK Gaming? We'll find out, of course, 2 semis and then a beautiful grand final to close it out. Trav, I mean, we've had 2 incredible days of play so far. If Crazy Raccoon, we assume, are going to be in that final, who else do you have your eyes on to meet them there?
Oh, I'm liking an STMN. I'm liking an STMN at the moment. Their group was very difficult today, and they managed to pull through with flying colours.
Yeah, personally, I'd love to see Tribe Gaming have a chance at a rematch against them. But again, we've seen so many upsets, so many matches that have ended up being far closer than we otherwise would have expected. That's been the beauty of competition here in Jönköping. DreamHack has been a gracious host to us here, and we try to return the favor, seeing these players give us some great games. It's been an absolute pleasure, man. I mean, again, can Crazy Raccoon be stopped? That is going to be the storyline we move to tomorrow. So, of course, it's all going to be kicking off here live from DreamHack tomorrow. Remember, event.brawlstars.com. That's where you can join us. That's where you can get involved. Put in your predictions and earn yourself some sweet in-game loot. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Get some rest and keep brawling.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Loneliness hidden inside. Oh, I wanna eat you up. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Shooting star, always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her play clean. Don't wanna let go, one of you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Your love. Cause I'm a black gold for your love.
Bro, this stupid team, bro. Stupid, bro. Can't even play it properly, bro. Okay, nice.
Still have room for more, cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Never be enough. I'm a black gold for your love.
Was it the fire burning in me?
All of the noise turned into choirs of harmony. Left me with the pieces of forever that you broke. But since you left me alone, I've been
We'll see, I got the start there, but then my stupid teammates feel it.
Don't you dare say that I wanted everything to fall apart when it's haunting me. 'Cause my only crime was hoping there is something more than this loneliness I feel. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. Fighting fire with fire. Maybe if we took a moment long enough to realize how alike we are, that not everything is broken. 'Cause you know me better than anyone by far. But no one makes me feel less alive. We're fighting fire. The way you push my buttons just right. We're fighting fire. When two voices of nature collide. We're fighting fire. Can't help but feel the temperature rise. Fighting fire with fire.
Let's look for a green low.
done feeding your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my side. I've been looking through my memories. I've been trying to see your face, but you're moving like a mystery, and you look the other way. If you found me in the pouring rain, would you let me in? Would you look into your memories? Tell me where you've been. When the sun is going down, I feel you coming closer. me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Hi, that is Mythical. I'm good, bro. How are you, bro? Nice. Nice to hear that. No, bro, I'm not good that much. Oh, wanna push trophies with me, bro? Do you wanna push trophies with me? Okay, let's see. I think this player is AFK. You can join, bro. Oh, Skylytics, you are there, bro. Just can you type the team code? Thanks, bro. Thanks. Come on, let's go. We need to win this. Okay. We are underrated. We are underrated, bro. Underdog. We are under. What is happening with my network, bro? Oh. Goal, bro. Nice, bro. Nice. Oh. Okay, let's try again. If it doesn't work, I will take Edgar. Okay, let's go. Can we rush? Yes, we can. Oh, sorry, bro. Oh, oh, you took. Okay, okay. Wouldn't kill all four, bro. I will waste the gadget of the dog, bro. If you know what I mean. Oh, sorry. Oh. Oh. Okay. It was a bad idea. Really bad idea, bro. Oh, no. It is a really bad idea again. to beat the crow. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Oh. Bro, it was close. Oh. 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 Bro. Sorry, bro. That's right. Okay. 꿀지.
Clothe ourselves in light, hoping we'll survive. Won't raise a white flag. 'Cause out the hill is sealed, 'cause they're coming for the kill. Even though my mind is reeling still. Oh, we've been here before. Armor and sword, embers spit up my nose. Half dead and asleep, my nails start to choose. Will you be ready when the darkness calls?
like we've come to the end of the road. There's no point in running away now. I'd rather sleep until the storm is gone. She'd rather be shooting at me now. I know it will end up in anger. I don't think we grew up, we just became older. She's aiming her words, ready to fire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire.
ওই ঘরে ওই ঘরে ওই ঘরে
Looks like a blink of an eye's not enough. She'd rather be staying for days now. I'd rather fix it than mess up again. She'd rather be burning it all now. I know it will end up in anger. I don't think we grew up, we just became older. She's aiming her words, ready to fire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire. I don't think that bullets will bring back desire.
learned what is real and fabricated. What is wrong? What is my problem? How can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting storms in my head. Don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to, no one understands. Shit's too complicated. Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself, no. Away, and I feel like I don't know my name. And I don't want to live this way. I don't want to keep on wasting a life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't want to keep on living this life so faceless.
Tell me nothing. Made it through the wind and rain. I turned nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions. Cause I do what I gotta do and I know. Ain't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind and see that I'm cooler than lemon so nicely. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me. But I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting a life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing the mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Waste another day, eyes on my display. You say we need a change and I feel that you mean it. You mean it. But you're so right, we're losing track of time. Buying things online and it's not like we need them. We don't need them. So can we just slow down? The only thing I'll do is lay here next to you. We need to slow down. Embrace the love we found for you and our safe and sound. We were on the run, rocking around the clock. Now all we need is right here in front of us. In front of us. So can we just slow touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. You kiss me out and I'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down.
Scared, baby, don't look, 'cause here comes the lone wolf. Scared, best you don't look, 'cause here comes the lone wolf. Howl at the moonlight.
Thanks Shadow for coming to the stream. Bro, do you wanna join my club? I need loyal players, bro.
No, I don't need no help or anybody else. I'ma do it on my own. step from dying. My angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever.
Hello, Fairy Fro. Peter, welcome to the stream. Don't worry, bro. I will get it tomorrow only, bro. At morning. Bro, I went. What the hell is happening, bro? I'm good, Lemechushito. How are you, bro?
grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest cloud, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest cloud, but gravity pulls you straight down.
Bro. Sure bro, you can, but maybe the team is full now. Team code already given bro, just see it. Just see it bro, if you can get it or not bro. I have already given the team code. Dark gameplay, please give it. Yes, Sky lyrics.
You should grow feathers and see this too.
Okay. Let's go. Play safely. I will go for teak and this, what it's called, grey. Play safely, safely. Play safely, bro, play safely, bro. Bro. It was close. Okay, nobody's taking that cube, I will take it. Finally one win, bro.
I don't recognize who's in my bed. I know I used to love him, but I can't pretend. All we do is scream and fight. Cruel through the day, selfish lover at night. Am I a stranger to you too? Don't love me like you promised to. So why am I so sad to leave you? Yeah. Why am I doing everything I can to justify your arrogance, your cruelty, and your neglect? I can't pretend, 'cause I know there's no saving us now. This point I'm just burnt out from pleasing you. I hate that, I hate that, I hate that, I hate you. So cold.
More 29 followers needed.
So selfish, can't keep up. I hate that, I hate that, I hate that, I hate you. Do you think about it like I do? Isn't me in your mind when you were someone new? Trying to map out in my head how we got here from where we started. Take a leave, I should have gone. Got stuck trying to right your wrongs. Doing what I can, I compromise and bled. I got down on my knees for nothing, 'cause you're stone cold to the touch. Ice begging, you're not enough, so selfish. Can't keep up. I hate that, I hate that, I hate that, I hate you.
Yeah, but you. Thanks to you. Thanks to you. For you, I have got 31 followers. Go, go, go.
Searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me. My enemies have tried every possibility. Ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly.
got drunk off your love, and I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't on the play, but this time I won't collapse like I did yesterday. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give it. I can't give it. I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. With your breath and your body for me. I can't give it. I can't give in. I've already run with the world. Far from the light of the day.
কি Oh, sorry, I didn't realize my audio was off. Sorry. I didn't realize that. How are you? Oh, I'm fine. How are you, bro? I'm just doing fine. I just need more 29 followers just to get verified. Nice to hear that. I don't know, maybe. Please don't die. Oh, okay. Bro, if you want, you can follow me, bro, to help me to get verification in Twitch. I'm almost I'm almost verified. Yep, bro, this is my main account. This is my main account. Thanks. Oh no. Last time I took the crow, bro. Thank you so much, bro. It means a lot to me, bro. A lot, bro. Sure. I wanna play with you. Wait. Skylyrics, you have copied the team code. No, please just give it to him if you have. Hello, Sky. You there, dude? Oh, okay, okay. I thought you gone to anywhere else, bro. Is this the team code? Yes, this is the team code. Bro, you're insane, dude. Insane, bro. Like your name, bro, you are insane. Really insane. No, bro, you are more than average. I am an average player, bro. Average player in Brawl Stars have about 10,000 trophies. Yep, just select. No problem. Brawl, okay. I will take a wall breaker then. I will stream for about 6 hours, 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Means more 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I mistakenly used the super. Nice.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Only just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up, babe. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
This is gonna be last match, okay? Please win. Please God.
Wherever you are, and I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie.